refresh my drink, but then I'm pretty much done. Okay, so pardon me a moment. I'm going to step out, grab a refill on my drink, and then I will be otherwise ready.
Yeah, I got.
Ooh, get to my feet. There we go.
Ow. Sounded like it hurt. Yeah, hopefully I don't sound too hoarse. It was way worse like yesterday, so I'm getting better.
Alright, I'm back.
What's weird about that?
I like how Citrus and I had the same idea.
What? That's a word, okay?
I know. It's
Your
just.
brain's just going to the word horse, okay? That's what I think. Alright, don't blame me. Blame the person who made the word. Make it sound like the word horse, okay?
Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut.
I don't think I've ever had a $30 haircut in my life.
Bro, you spent
Yeah.
$30 on a haircut. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, what are you doing? Going to multiple great clips in the same day?
Yeah, that was like the joke was like back when that movie came out in like the 80s, like $30 like super expensive for a haircut.
It's still expensive now. It's like, why would you spend $30 on a haircut?
You could go to you could go to a full-on barbershop and get, like a haircut, like a wash, a cut, a style, a dye, a shave, all of that sort of stuff. And then that's probably going to be upwards past $30. So you could do it. It just would be a little weird if it's just a haircut, though. Okay. Well. All right. So I know that we are obviously going to be short on
a Tim and a J.
A Tim. Okay, so we're going to be completely without the gunslingers. Gotcha. All right.
No, but things will be slung. Don't worry.
I mean, I'm expecting slugs to fly.
I shouldn't be drinking.
Alrighty. So, all right. Here, let me make sure I've got all my dudes, just in case anything that comes up. There we go. Okay, I need to have the.
I hope you enjoy it. I hope Tim enjoys being on that cruise.
I hope so as well.
He said he was having a migraine a bit when he was getting on the boat.
Yeah, he did mention that.
I'm like, oh no, because being on a boat, the migraine's probably just going to get worse.
Well, I mean, there's a significant amount of pressure change. Get out on the water, if you haven't been there in a while, it can take a bit for your body to normalize with that. And if he had if his sinuses were stuffed or anything like that, that would just make that worse. Okay, so I've got drink, I've got dice, I've got, I believe, all of the tabs open that I need. I've got my notes.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay.
So,
Okay, so
Oh shit! I need to switch to the. There we go. All right. And
Okay.
there goes everybody loading in. There we go. So, what is the dog doing?
He is working.
he's doing a work.
Oh shit! We left him at the freaking border crossing.
He's still back. He's still back there snoozing real hard in an empty building.
God,
Doesn't even know you guys have left. But hey, he does canonically have an extremely good sense of smell. He could just show up having, sniffed y'all down.
You smell like bitches here.
I mean, there's not a well, realistically, there's extremely few Azurketi, for like a very, very long distance in every single direction.
True.
So
They
he
are
could just
fish
go.
And they are fish people.
He could just go sniffing for, that. Not to mention like the fumes and whatnot that come off of Mr. Servo's.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a bit.
Which I can also tell you that like Dr. Trimmers, his creature type is not like
Common either.
Is not from an area that gets like heavy snows like this. So like he's not having a lot of fun. He does not want to come out of the pouch.
Understandable.
He's like, I'm just going to stay right here next to Boss, who is like a walking heater.
I need to draw Callie in her new winter clothes with Dr. Tremors in the little pouch.
It'll be adorable. Okay. So then, I guess if we're otherwise ready, we can get started. Okay, let's see here. All right, so as a bit of a catch up on what happened last session, the party did have a encounter with Betty and Betty's crew of other like orc-shaped bandits, who, as you found out, Betty has actually been like training them, and has.
Wait, before we do the recap, I didn't hit start. My bad.
Okay.
You like for the YouTube VOD, but
right.
Everybody's good to go now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I got water.
Yeah, and I did update the Twitch chat, the Twitch title. Yeah. Okay. All right. So 3, 2. Okay.
Alrighty. Okay. So recap. Last session, the party had an encounter with the orc mercenary / bandit / knight, who is called Betty. Betty is not her actual name. That's just basic. Ooh, pardon. That is Betty. Betty is like her quote unquote common name. It was given to her as a sort of like gentle kind of ribbing sort of name, because she is a big powerful lady, and calling her Betty is just kind of funny, so it was supposed to be comical, mildly insulting kind of like thing. But Betty had a crew of other orc quote unquote former bandits with her that she has basically assumed command of, and has been drilling and training them to become better combatants. They came upon the party in the middle of the night and were just sort of like scoping things out. And they wanted to know whether or not you guys were alive, because they were hunting the undead. There has been, in this general area around the Crescent Moon Pits, an increase in undead showing up. They don't really know why. They also know that whenever those statues show up, other undead tend to follow. So, other thing, so they, first of all, they wanted to scope out whether or not you guys were alive or dead. and then after, determining that you were in fact all living people, some information was exchanged, and so on. And then eventually Betty and crew waited for you guys to get your shit together, and then led you through the mists and the fog further north to Betty's camp, which, according to Sirhan, this is actually the same location that when he and Betty were both part of like the same orc crew that was led by Commander Blacktear. They were up in the fort. So about a decade ago, roughly, they had a camp up here at one point when they were like raiding on the Spike Road. And they had a bad raid. And that's where they lost both Betty and Swarth. Swarth, according to Sirhan, just kind of found his way back at some point later on. But nobody knew what happened to Betty. They did come back and look for her, but all they found was like a lot of blood. And so they never found a body, and they just kind of assumed that she was dead. So up until, like she showed up, Sirhan was operating under the general assumption that Betty was full-on dead and would never be seen again. So he was a bit surprised, but when she did in fact show up. It also became clear through conversation and whatnot that outside of the needing to like breathe in order to speak, Betty was not breathing. And when she did, her breath did not condense like everybody else's. So there was a lot of like internal debate over exactly maybe what exactly Betty is. Current bet is that like she's some form of vampire, maybe. She does have pretty intense fangs to go along with her big ass fucking chompers that she's got as an orc, anyways.
And her red eyes.
Yes, and she does have glowing red eyes and extremely pale skin. So something's going on. Probably vampire, but details of that uncertain. But either way, Betty and her guys led y'all through the fog and the mist up into the top of the ridge where they had a camp already set up. Betty's crew consists of the 4 guys that she had with her initially when she met y'all, plus about another like 10 or so dudes here. So counting Betty, there's like 15 individuals that make up like this orc crew. They are all of orcish descent, but 2 of them are half orcs, although they're not. The other half is not human. The other half is Venar. So they are Dromar that are mixed orc and Venar. But other than that, though, they are actually friendly with the village that is here. The village that is here, which is also just called Crescent Moon Village. Well, technically, its actual name is the Village of the Crescent Moon, or Crescent Moon Village for short. But they're friends. And this village is a mixed community of both human and Venara. However, they have several sick people that are currently here. The absolute nature of that sickness is as of yet undetermined. But according to Betty, even though the village is big enough to have supported like 100-ish people at some point, the population is down to roughly about 20. And some of those people are sick. So Betty, having found out that there was a healer amongst the party, was like, hey, we have a use for a healer. Come with us so that, you guys can do healing stuff. There were a couple of villagers who were here at the camp right when you guys showed up. They were basically just like chit-chatting and hanging out with the orcs. Some of the orcs escorted them back to town as it got dark, and when they came back, they did report that more of those statues had shown up. So that's still a thing. And the over the night, in the morning, right before Callie rejoined with the rest of the party, Manau came by and dropped off a painted vial that had the distilled Bobble Beast fluids in it that Callie would need to drink in order to get a bonus to the saving throw that she would have to make in order to like rid herself of the curse, which, because of the bonus that Manel provides, Callie actually passed that saving throw. So, hooray! Callie is no longer cursed. Which, amongst other things, means that color is slowly returning back to that, like, part of her body where she got cut up, and it is now actually, like, legitimately healing.
All right, good.
So, the other thing to point out, though, is that when the party got up in the morning, the mist and clouds had like cleared out, so it's a nice, crisp, clear, snowy morning here in this little valley that you are overlooking. And basically, the valley, to describe here, the valley runs generally like north-south, although it veers a bit towards the west up north. So you can think of the north as moving kind of mostly north, but a little bit west. And you guys are on the south end of the western ridge that makes up the valley. Towards the middle of the valley, village is located. You guys can easily see the buildings and the palisades. There's smoke coming up from a couple of chimneys of the buildings. The others are apparently abandoned. Then beyond the village itself, there is a relatively largish clearing, and there is a big obelisk, part of the ruins, part of the actual like ruins, that is sticking up. It is a couple of 100 feet tall, and it basically looks like the Washington Monument, where it's just a four-sided.
Forgot about that.
You know, yeah, it's just a four-sided, like big ass long piece of rock that just like juts straight up. That then has a little pyramid top at the very tippy of it. Towards the bottom of the, like near the ground, the thing is a dark mottled like gray color, and then as you go up the length of it, that gray becomes lighter and lighter until towards the top it's basically pure white. And here in the early morning, the pyramid head, or the side of the pyramid that is facing east, is catching the light, so it's basically like bright as a fucking spotlight when you look up at it. But if you keep turning your gaze upward, up above it into the sky, floating above the obelisk by a couple of 100 more feet, there is what looks very much like a blimp. There is a giant air sac that has fins and other things coming off of it, and the gondola that is hanging underneath it is roughly the size of a building. It appears to be made out of wood. It's definitely got some sort of like decoration going on, but those kind of details are hard to spot given how far away and high up it is. But it's just kind of hovering there, ominously or not, depending on how you want to look at it, above the giant fucking pillar. Then a little bit past the obelisk, there is the actual ruins that make up the Crescent Moon ruins. They are, again, mostly arrayed in like a semicircle, shape of a crescent moon. They are big, empty, like, there's big pillars. There's obviously big stone walls. You got mostly just like foundations of buildings and that kind of thing. Like mostly the shit's fallen down. But it is still quite clearly there. But that's where we picked up, was Callie had passed her saving throw. She had drunk down some that nasty ass fluid that was in the bottle, and some color has come back to her blood and her abdomen, where she was all scraped up by the Stygira. So, as we are here in this opening bit, one last thing. Pardon me. One last thing to point out from previous session is that after a little bit of prodding from the party, Sirhan did go over and talk to Betty and like tell her that like, hey, we came looking for you, after the whole like shit happened and everything. We didn't abandon you. Like we tried to find you, but we didn't. Kind of like thing. And some of the tension between them has released. they're not like quick as thieves or anything like that, but they're definitely not like primed to shoot each other. But yeah, so you guys are on a hill overlooking this valley. You are, roughly speaking, about a quarter of a mile from the village itself, and then the ruins are probably about another quarter of a mile past that.
Weird.
Tasty. Matter of fact,
I heard solid steak when he said that. Tasty.
But actually, really, give me a second here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to the Crescent Moon village map.
Oh.
Ooh.
So let me just go ahead and move us there.
Ah, I see. 21.
I like this map.
There's a bunch of fucking statues.
Yes, the statues are not size representative. The statues are still human sized.
Over the ruins, right, and not the village.
Yeah, the obelisk is over the. So the obelisk sits slightly apart from both the village and the ruins, but it's basically the midpoint in between the village and the ruins.
Seeing all these like houses in the center makes me think of town of Salem a little bit.
I mean, yeah, similar. But they do have a palisade, which is also very clearly the newest construction in town.
Yeah, that seems like the newest thing.
Yeah, that is very clearly the newest thing in town. So, like, as you know, the party goes down to approach the village, that's very clear. As far as the statues, I just put on the 4 of them here on the map to just kind of generally point where they're at. There's actually a good deal more than 4 of them. Not like an army or anything, but just generally there's a group of them on that side, a group of them on that side, that kind of thing. So they're just sort of representative of generally where the statue. Yeah, they're basically surrounding the town.
Well, that's not good.
It should also be noted that according to Betty and her crew, they have smashed some of these statues, but then the statues came back or were maybe replaced with new ones. Unclear. But either way, they smashed some of them, and then like the next day, it was like they hadn't smashed any of them.
Weird.
Sus.
Very. There are many bakas, and they're very sussy. So, as far as getting down to town, there is a very well marked, still reasonably clear trail to get down. The orcs themselves have a pretty good trail that they have made back and forth. So, like, the hill has a good, easy trail to follow that and hits the actual, like, road that then goes into the village. So it doesn't take very long or considerable effort or whatever to go down into the village. But before we technically actually go there, first and foremost, if you are not at the 3 hero points, give yourself a hero point. If you are not fully healed, like hit points or anything like that, then your hit points need to be increased by 8 times whatever your con bonus is. That's just your natural healing.
Okie dokie.
All set.
All right. Okay. So, party, heads to village. Let's see here. Let's put down. Let's see here. Map tokens. Let's grab the pin token here. Let's see here. So, just so that we can have on here the point of where the freaking party is. All right. So you guys are approaching from the south. So let me put this just right here on the south road. Move it to the token layer. All right, there we go. And then let me also put on here that everybody can move it around as they see fit, as you guys want to go. Let me also grab the handy dandy X that I like to use and put it on the I'm going to put this on the occupied building. So the ones with the X are going to be the occupied ones. All right, so this one and this one and this one and that one. All right. So then let me grab all these bad boys, send them to that layer so they're nice and visible for everybody.
Damn.
I just saw the X's
More
popped
than
up in
half
my
the
brain
village
immediately.
isn't being used.
I saw the X's popped up and I thought, oh shit, you sunk my battleship.
I mean, this town is literally one hit away from having their battleship sunk.
Yeah, probably. I was thinking about asking Betty if they've ever thought about moving somewhere else, maybe safer. I'll probably do that later.
Okay. That would be something to ask Betty or one of the residents or whatever.
They can't move because of the sick. But I mean, like hypothetically, if there were no sick, would they move somewhere if they were given like a nicer, safer location as an offer to move to? Would they? Like,
I mean, probably, like hypothetically, considering all of the other yeah, probably.
yeah, because
it's easy enough to. It is easy enough to
sorry,
to have learned from the orcs that obviously there used to be more than 20 people. Some of them obviously have passed away due to complications recently. But a lot of them, when shit started going bad, they did have the ability to move, and they did move.
Yeah,
they straight up left while they were able.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good place to stay.
Yeah. So, once you guys get up, and when you get up to the palisade, there are no guards. There isn't a guard or anything like that.
Well, I mean, we kind of blasted the guards of this village already, so.
Yeah, so the orcs themselves, Betty and her crew, are she tells you guys as you get to the bottom of the hill and rejoin the actual road that they are going to range about and do patrol. So they will there's a couple of guys who are left at the camp, and either she or somebody who she selects out of her crew will come by and check on you guys directly in the village in a little while, but they're gonna rove around and check the area, and they're all mounted up on their war pigs and everything. So they gallop off on their fucking riding boars to go roam around, but otherwise, let you guys just walk to the village and talk to the villagers.
All right.
I kind of want to do detect magic because I am kind of curious about if this place is hiding any secrets.
Sure.
I mean,
you can.
Yeah, that would probably be good smart.
Okay. First and foremost, you detect everybody in the party, blank that out as known magic. Here at the gate of the palisade, nothing within your range, which obviously covers the gate and everything.
Is this
These squares are not to
5 feet?
scale. No, these squares are not to scale. These squares should actually be like friggin' 20 feet apiece. So essentially, you cover the square that you're in plus a little bit into everyone around you.
So just the square I'm in and the ones adjacent to it.
Yeah. So just whatever you're in and the immediately.
Alrighty. So, all right, it's good to know at least it's not to scale. So,
Okay. Actually, hold on a second. Let me go in here. Make alteration. Okay, that'll make it easy just for measuring purposes. So you may need to restart to get it in, but these should now all be like 15 feet.
Yeah, they're 15.
Apiece. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
like 15 feet. Yeah.
All right. So good. Yeah. So any of your like abilities that can be divisible by 15, you know how far they're going.
All right. So I guess we'll just mosey on deeper into the village and get a feel for it.
Okay. All right. Well, the palisade gate is like ajar. Like it's not even like closed. As you come into the village, but as you do step into, you do see actually two people walking across the big like circle here in the village. They're heading over to like the well as you guys are like slipping through the palisade gate, and you see one of them like load up a bucket and like start rolling it down there to get a bucket full of whatever, while the other one just kind of like takes a seat on the edge of the well, and you see them like light up a cigarette and like take a pull, and they just happen to like glance over in your direction as you guys are coming through the door, and this guy who is a Venaran guy, he looks like he actually looks kind of like an orangutan, like he's got very long lanky arms with like broad hands, kind of shortish legs, bit of a pot belly, very round cheeks, bald head, and like big mutton chops, kind of like thing. He's otherwise dressed as like a farmer, but he reaches over with one of his long lanky ass arms and like taps the other guy, and when he turns around, he looks more like your regular human. Like he honestly looks like any other imperial human that you guys have seen before. But he taps him on the shoulder and points over at you guys, and like they share like a little like quick bit of words with each other, and then the Venaran guy gets up and kind of casually like walks until he gets like right here at like the edge, and he raises his hand and he says something in like Venaran at you guys, which you've only heard like a couple of words of Venaran this entire fucking campaign. But he says something in Venaran at you. It's very clearly a question, but that's he doesn't speak in common or anything.
I could translate.
You could.
And Callie doesn't speak it, right?
No, I don't speak it.
All right.
Yeah, there are no players that speak Venaran.
Yeah.
All right, I'll translate it then.
All right. You cast Translate. Okay. All right. The target can understand the meaning of a single language it is hearing or reading whenever you cast the spell. All right. So who specifically are you casting the spell on?
The one who was obviously speaking to us.
Okay. All right. So you cast on that guy. There's the little bit of like sparkle of the spell and whatnot. And he, which he like looks down at himself, looks down at the sparkles, kind of like looking around. And the first thing that he says in like Microsoft Sam voice back at you is like, "What did you cast on me?"
None of us can speak your language, so I'm just translating it for the time being. So don't worry, non-lethal.
I hope so. Who are you? Who are you? Why have you come to our village?
Oh no. Oh god.
We're friends of Betty.
Yeah. She sent us here because we heard you had some sick that needed some help.
We do have sick. They are, and he kind of like stops, as he's like realizing he's about to like give up information that maybe he doesn't want to give up. But he like scratches his broad chin, and he kind of like narrows his eyes a little bit and squints at you guys. He's like, "You say you are friends of Betty. Betty, what color are Betty's eyes?"
Red.
Okay. I believe you. We do have sick. They are in the main building. And then he gestures, like behind and slightly over to his side, like towards here.
Can't believe that's all it took.
They're pretty fucking desperate. They are pretty fucking desperate.
I mean, like we did.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, and like we did kind of like immediately say like like, oh, Betty has red eyes. Like we weren't like wait, what eyes did she have again? Like it wasn't. We kind of were a bit.
Yeah. But he looks over at the human guy who's still like working the well. And given that the translate spell doesn't need to like translate for the other guy, he says a couple of quick things in Venaran, and the human dude like basically flashes him like a thumbs up, and he twists like a little bit of cord around the handle on the well to pause, essentially, where the bucket's at. And then he runs over to the main house, like opens up the door and heads on inside. And the Venaran dude turns back and he tells you that his name, and like the translation like sort of like glitches a little bit because there's not like direct name to name translation kind of thing. But like there's a little bit of a glitch, and you get from him that his name is Ban. His name is Ban. And he is a he says that he is or was a farmer, and that his mother is very sick. And he would like to know which one of you is the healer.
Multiple people raise their hands.
Yeah.
Oh, good, because I've got multiple sick people. So, that being the case, Ban actually pretty quickly like falls into like just doing like small talk of like, so where are you from? What's going on? What brought you out here? How do you know Betty? And the like basic stuff like that you guys can easily explain while walking over to the building. But once you do get here into like the center of again, it really like reeks of how empty the town is. And since there's been fresh snow, there's only like a couple of sets of tracks from booted feet, like walking back and forth from these couple of houses. All of the other walkways for all of the other houses and whatnot are completely covered in fresh powder with no footprints. All the lights are out. All of the hearths, everything's frosted over. The hearths are dead. All that sort of stuff. There's only these couple of buildings that still very clearly have some sort of occupation going on. But Ban otherwise leads the party over to the main building, and this main building is a two-story dwelling. Most of these houses are actually two-story. Like, it's a very big two-story building. And this building, as soon as like they open up the door, it is heated. It's like it's nice, warm, bright. It's fucking downright cozy inside. There's a lot of like fur rugs and like dark oak furniture with like pretty fucking plush looking furniture. Like, this is like fantasy 101, like winter tavern that you would be walking to, except that it's really quiet. There's only like a couple people, like speaking, and everybody obviously shuts up the moment the door opens. You guys are there. But looking back at you, there are my notes here. Let's see here. There are only adults in this building. And in this building, there are
children.
Yes, no children. Now there are a couple of admittedly young adults. They probably but somewhere between Callie and Torque's age. So adult but young adults. There are quite a lot of elderly people though. Let's see here. As a matter of fact, there are in fact 7 elderly people. One of which is a Venaran woman who very much looks like Ban, like an old gray wrinkled version, who is set up in like a big sort of like chair and is like just covered in blankets and whatnot. She definitely doesn't look healthy. To be very clear, she does not look healthy, but she doesn't seem to be like in like bad spirits. She is conscious, all that sort of stuff. But there are 7 elderly people. And out of that 7, there's obviously Ban's mother. There's one other elderly woman, also Benaran, and who are very clearly amongst the sick. The other sick people are younger adults, so like middle-aged. But essentially what you got is like 5 people who are sick. And then out of the other like 15 total people that make up this village at the moment, like out of them, like 7 people are healthy. So like, or 7 people are elderly. So like a full third of the entire population is old people. And then you got 5 who are cursed, and then everyone else, like the remaining 8 adults, are essentially full-time care for the old people and the sick people.
Ah, I see.
Damn.
But that's what they've got currently like set up in here. Is they've got the 5 people who are sick, some sort of illness or potentially cursed, are set up in chairs and on cots. They're bundled up in more. They're basically swaddled, essentially. Propped up with pillows and that sort of thing. All of them are conscious. I want to be clear with that. All of them are conscious. None of them are standing. None of them are well enough to stand. And then you've got like several other older people who are, seated and whatnot, but the healthy, not as old adults do like rise up, and you got a couple of people who look pensive, immediately upon seeing you guys, but otherwise you got like all the rest of them look honestly just relieved that there is somebody here who isn't sick and isn't elderly and all of that sort of jazz. There is a human man that does approach pretty quickly, and he speaks at the moment. Like he starts in Venaran, but then he like catches himself and he switches over to Common. And his immediate question, much like Ban's, was like, "Who are you? Where are you from? Do you have any healers with you? Because we got problems."
Friends of Betty. Where did we come from? We came from Homestead. And yes, we have healers.
Thank the gods. If there is anything that we can provide you, let us know. Outside of, food and drink and a warm place to rest if you need it. I'm afraid there's not very much that we can give, but if your healers can take a look at our folks, that would be really helpful. We don't know what's wrong with them. I assume that you saw the statues around the village.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw them.
Yes, we have.
Okay. I know they're statues, and this might sound weird, but sometimes they move. Not like, well, I mean, not like you or I move, not person or like a living creature, but like you turn your head and then you look back and they're in a different position.
I believe you.
We know that Betty and the bandits. Are we calling them bandits? And like he looks back at the other like people who are there, and he's like, "Are we calling them bandits?" There's some mumbled like, hemming and hawing over, do we call them bandits or not? But then they look back at you and they're like, I know that they've smashed some of them, but every time that they do, they come back, and everyone here who got sick, they had one of the statues appear in their house.
What the fuck?
House.
In the
We don't know how they got in.
It's weird.
But ever since the orcs helped with putting up the wall, and they've been going around and like, smashing the statues whenever they find them. None of them have come back into the village. It's been several days since all of this started, and our healer was killed. So we're kind of desperate here. Is there? I don't know. Is there anything that I can do to help with this? Is there anything that we can do to help you help them?
Well, we first gotta see what it is. Then we can talk about what you guys can do. Because
Okay.
we've only heard vague.
When did you say that these statues started appearing?
I don't remember the exact date. But it was couple of weeks ago, I think. They they definitely started. They definitely appeared, and like he looks at one of the other like people, and like they share quick couple like words in Venaran, and then like he looks back at y'all, and he's like, "I'm positive that like the day after our healer was abducted, there was some there was some oh what do you call those and he like holds his hand like kind of low down, like waist high, and he's like, what do you call those little like there's a lot more of them in the south. The
Halflings?
no, not a halfling, but like the small the reptilian people. Kobold, yes. There were some kobolds that suddenly came into town after dark, and there was a lot of screaming. Woke everybody up.
I have to ask, what color were these kobolds?
And again, he kind of like turns and like has like some quick words with a few of the other people, and then like he turns back to you guys and he points at one of the other dudes and he's like, Frank, basically. He's like, he said he saw one up close. They were sort of like a, he said it like a dark green, you know, like a pine colored.
Callie looks at Seamus and then Rasu says, doesn't that sound familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Obviously back in Rasu.
They were armed. They were warriors of some sort, maybe bandits. I don't know. But they definitely knew what they were doing, and they knew who they were taking. They showed up. They took our healer.
How many were there, would you say?
7 or 8, maybe.
7 or 8.
We know that they came after her specifically because they didn't raid anything else. They didn't attack anyone else. Well, I mean, like they definitely attacked anybody who got close enough, but like they came in, broke into her house, grabbed her and hauled her out, and took her. And this was right around sundown. And they took her and they took her north towards the obelisk and the ruins. We found her remains the next day.
What object did it was an artifact, right? That guy that had in the case. He showed it to me.
Back in the mines?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a couple of like those thin green gemstones. He had some of those. He had some that were on rune stones, and then he also had some other objects that weren't explicit on exactly what they were for, but they were definitely something special.
He said gemstones, right?
Yes, he had 3 of those like very sort of specific thin cut, slightly transparent green gemstones,
What did you describe?
slivers of emeralds.
What? Just so we're covering all the bases here. What color was the gemstone that Gopo had?
Gopo has a basically a fist-sized D20 opal. That's like an opal thing. It is definitely not the same kind of stone.
All right. Still though, Callie's gonna look to the rest of the party and say, like off to the side, do you think it's him from the mine?
What would he be doing all the way here? And take healer and nothing.
Well, I mean, we could explain the healer as maybe he just needed a healer because we fucked him up so bad that he needed one. But that was months ago, so who knows?
Yeah, it could be something completely different now.
Yeah, could be for different use.
Yeah, just for clarification, the mine would be about a month and a week ago.
June is going to approach them and like gently ask, I know this is difficult to ask, but you said that they took your healer alive, but then you found them the next day. What state was she in? Did they just eat her? Did they, like, was there anything you noticed out of place that they did? I know it's not easy to ask, but it could be a clue to what exactly might be going on.
Well, she wasn't eaten, or anything like that. Her and you see him go like a little pale, take this slow and like breathe for a bit. But he says, we found her stripped, nude. They found her at the base of the obelisk. And she had been, besides being stripped nude, her throat and both of her wrists had been slit. And he does make the distinction that it was down the tracks, not across. And she was extraordinarily pale, lacking in blood. It's the way that he says it. She was very lacking in blood, but she was otherwise, besides being the fact that she was found naked and dead, she was not in otherwise bad condition. It didn't look like she'd been beaten or anything.
No, I'm not really like the occult person here, or could I do a religion maybe? But can I do either an occult or a religion to kind of like maybe get like a sense of what was going on?
If you do the occult, if you do the religion, I'll do the occult.
Both of those would be okay in this situation. Go for it.
Wham bam.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Occult 19.
Oh,
religion 19.
Let's go.
All right.
Occult or religion? I guess I'll do it as well.
I'll do both. No, I'm kidding. I'll just do occultism.
Damn, Callie with the 27. Let's go.
Swag's like, well, it could be. And then Callie just gently puts his hand on his shoulder, like, actually.
And then Larry
Larry's
puts a
just
shoulder.
like, and Larry's just like, actually.
And Larry is just like, hold up. Okay. Between Callie's occultism and Laria's religion checks, both of which are of the very high variety.
We're just like both like discussing it.
Yeah, basically, given the description that they have given you, what this is, queuing up in your minds is just the idea of like, okay, there's a lot of different things that, a lot of different rituals and things like that that can be accomplished that require a sacrifice of, some variety, usually of the like living person variety. This was according to the way that they describe it, whatever was done to this lady, she died fast. Like after the cuts were made, she was probably only alive at best for a couple of rounds. So whatever it was mercifully quick.
Is Gopo around? Can I see Gopo?
Gopo is currently outside the building, splutted up against the ground.
I will talk to him later then, I guess.
So he is there, but he's, acting like a part of the environment.
So they said they found her dead.
Yeah, they found her dead, with some other descriptions that you guys, like eke out of it. They did not find any blood around her. There were tracks. There were very obviously tracks in the snow that they found, but there was no blood on her. There was no blood on the like ground around her or anything like that. She wasn't quote unquote like dumped there either. She had been like purposefully laid there with like her hands at her side, eyes closed, the whole thing at the base of the obelisk. So ritual of some sort definitely happened.
Is it possible to investigate?
We'd have to go there.
We'd have to go there.
Yeah. You would have to. You would have to go there.
Where is the body?
Well, after they recovered, well, after they found her, she was brought back to the village. They do have basically they have a small cemetery that is just off the side of the map. So like if you're looking at the map over here,
oh man, are we gonna seriously go and exhume the body?
Well,
over here,
Laria can actually do that. She's got a spell that can do that.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, Laria's got those got that kind of stuff. But as they are like talking about all of this, Ban does manage to like gently sort of like get his mother up so that she can, come over and sit relatively comfortably next to you guys so that she's there for the examination. But the moment like he pulls back the swaddling, you see something very fucking familiar. She has a bandage which is covering a wound on her like left arm. The bandage is located basically like around her bicep, in between shoulder and elbow, and everything down from the bandage down the rest of her arm, including her hand, has all turned like stone gray. And her hand is like rigor mortis, like frozen in a half grip,
so it's
sort of like stance.
Stygira curse,
or something extremely similar. Yeah.
Let's do an examination.
You will need to do an examination, and We're looking for a DC 25. It can be an Arcana, Nature, Occult, or
Arcana.
Religion check.
Arcana,
Any one of them.
Nature.
DZ what?
Occult.
DC 25.
Oh shit. Well, fuck me, I guess.
Oh damn it!
You rolled a 2.
Damn, that's I know.
No, I think I rolled a 2, right?
Yeah, you rolled a 2.
God damn.
I'm one off.
Yeah.
God damn it! I'm debating on rerolling that.
Good lord.
I'm one off. I was one off. God damn it!
Honestly,
I'm gonna turn back the clock. So
Okay.
For all of us?
I'm for myself.
Oh.
Yourself.
Yeah.
Bro,
When
was the last time when was the last time I've used it for myself?
It has been a very while.
Mhm.
All right, so you rewind time. You get to make the check again with a +1. 25.
God
God
fucking damn it!
Wow. Amazing.
Maybe you should have did it for all of us.
We still have those cards.
Callie, you want to use the hero point?
We still have those cards that Torque gave us, right?
Yeah, and you do still have the cards.
All right,
You do still have a wild card.
I'm gonna use that.
Okay. Same deal. You get a +1 bonus to the reroll.
There we go. On the dot.
There we go, Callie.
Bam, on the dot. Okay. So
Occultism or was it Arcana?
occultism.
He said occultism,
Um,
nature, arcana, or
Yeah, any one of them would fit for this. Okay, so these people are suffering from a extremely similar curse to the Stygiras curse. It is a form of petrification. However, this one is different, though. This particular curse, what it does while the person is alive, is it's basically slowly petrifying. And the body is not reacting to the petrification well. Basically, it's reacting like the tissue is dead. So it's like they've got a bunch of necrotic tissue, and the rest of the body is like slowly going into panic mode from this.
No.
However, there is a very interwoven bit of necromancy into this. Once they do actually turn to stone, they then reanimate as undead with a stone shell.
Like one of the statues?
Kind of like those statues.
Callie's like finding all this out. He's like, guys, I have really bad news. I have bad news. You know those statues outside?
I need
The
to
ones
roll.
Yeah.
surrounding the village.
Hmm.
I think they're being turned into those statues.
What, like you were? Like,
No, this is a little different. It's sort of the similar process that, like, yes, they're being petrified, but the difference between theirs and my curse was that once I petrified, I was dead, I'd be gone. Theirs has some sort of necromancy intertwined into it, where the moment they petrify completely, they turn into a living statue, essentially, which is why I think that we're dealing with undead statues here.
But as you guys are like discussing this, Ban's mother kind of feebly, like, tugs on her son's like long arm hair, and then like says something to him in Venaran, and you see his eyes kind of like go a little bit wide, and he nods, and then he walks off into like one of the back rooms. So yeah, that happens while you guys are talking.
I do find it funny. Yeah, Callie's probably like, so yeah, you guys like considered like moving or something? Because like,
the answer is yes.
I don't think those statues out there are going to be going anywhere.
They would actually very much like to move. They would like to be.
Did
Um,
I figure out exactly what I need to do to cure them though?
Well, with your check, other than the fact that you realize that this, if allowed to continue, these people will petrify and then become, undead statues of a certain make and model.
Mhm.
Besides that, as far as like curing it, it's very similar to the situation that Callie was in, where uh, if you can get a specific sort of reagent to get refined into a basically a poultice, that they can use that. They'll be able to remake the saving throw after they've gotten sunlight directly on the wound, and they've taken the poultice. They get to remake the saving throw against it. However, the additional component of the fact of the necromancy is that it's going to need a little bit of divine magic to really kick it out of their body.
Uh, so wait,
So-
could they theoretically drink the potion and then have like Laria like bask them in divine energy or some shit?
I mean, yeah, technically, as Laria is an actual conduit, being an oracle. So, yes, it does have to be, however, specific divine energy. It specifically actually needs to be a divine spell.
Guys,
Which,
I need to go through my door and have another chat with Mr. Manow.
also, the other thing is that the Bauble Beast in this particular case is not going to this.
It's not gonna work. Oh, shit.
It's not going to work for this. What you need is material from one of those statues to turn into the poultice.
Alrighty.
So,
then.
You guys
So
are going to
it's like
have to
making, like,
you're going to
different
have
kinds
to
of-
collect. Yeah, so you're going to have to collect from a similar creature that the curse is related to. You're going to have to
Callie's
collect
gonna-
bits and pieces and have that made into the
Callie's
poultice.
gonna once like figuring that out, she's gonna be like, okay, all right. So yeah, guys, it's gonna work a little bit similarly to how I got cursed, except this time instead of like the Bauble Beast, we're gonna fucking need one of those statues. At least a piece of it, pieces.
Specifically, you will need one bulk worth of material for each person that's been cursed. So it's a total of 5 bulk. And just so that you're aware, the statues are 10 bulk apiece. So you're going to need
10?
half of an entire statue.
We're gonna need half of a statue, guys.
But
Just,
as
like,
you
chop
are,
one in half.
yeah, easy stuff. Hell, just get Gloria to like snap one like a fucking wishbone.
We're gonna have to be careful though, because they might be the ones spreading
Undead?
it. So yeah, be careful.
But as y'all discuss this, though, Ban comes back from the back room that he had walked into just a minute ago, and he comes back over and he says via the translate spell, "My mother reminded me we did send someone to speak to the oracle. The oracle said help was coming from the south. I guess that means the oracle meant you. They gave us this item that said you would know what to do with it." And then he passes forward a stick.
A stick.
Just a gnarly piece of wood that's roughly as thick as your finger.
I love when strangers give me their wood.
And is about like
Callie's
8 inches long.
Made out of wood.
Oh my!
Wait! What was that last part?
It's about 8 inches long. It's roughly as thick as your finger. It is a gnarly, mostly straight piece of wood. But the moment he does hand it over to you guys, it's very clear that on one end of this stick, like on the flat end, there is a symbol carved into it, and I can tell you what that symbol is. Let's see here. You having fun there? You having yourself a little chuckle?
I'm having a giggle. I'm sorry.
A little,
I'm
a little
eternally
snicker snicker?
15-year-old with a brain stuck in the gutter.
Yeah, he is. I can imagine. I can imagine like fucking Seamus is like laughing in the corner, and Callie's like looking at him like, "Dad, grow up." Dad, you are 8,000 years old.
Yeah, you're only as young as you feel.
I like how now that Kelly's an adult, she can understand.
Yeah.
What her dad's laughing about.
Okay. There is, if I can get a description. Okay. Yeah. There is a carving on the bottom, which looks like a set of antlers that have been spaced apart. And then there is an arrow going through, like between them, so that the antlers basically form the shape of a bow. So you've got like a bow and an arrow. This is, nobody even needs to check for this, as this is a very old holy symbol to a god known as Old Deadeye.
Deadeye.
Old Deadeye.
Because he's a sniper.
I was gonna say, is he the god of like cowboys or some shit?
No, actually, he is like the god specifically of like hunting, farming, family stuff, that sort of thing. But he's like an old deity, like old with a capital old.
Well,
he's been around for a long.
This is all dandy, but like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this antler?
Well, this knotted piece of wood is basically a wand.
Ayo?
And it has a divine spell in it.
Is it
a divine spell?
It has a singular divine spell stored inside of it. So basically, this works just like a regular wand. It is a wand of cleanse affliction. That's the spell that it has in there. Except it has a special in the hands of someone who can cast divine magic. It has a once per week usage where this spell can be done as a burst. So basically, it's just an explosion that hits all targets within a 20-foot radius, as opposed to a single target.
Well, then I think this belongs to you, Mom.
Maria.
She says as she hands it to...
Here, Mom. Just hands it to the mushroom.
Like, it's like, Mom? And then she just like brushing it off, like, okay, whatever.
all the monkey people are like, what? What?
Is this our fish people report? I haven't seen a lot of fish people in my times.
I mean, it is entirely possible Callie is the, like, Azure Kitty, any of these people have ever seen. More likely than not, Seamus is the first Conrasu they've ever seen. They may have seen other legends. That's quite possible. But otherwise,
twirling your fingers like they are lucky they get to bask in my greatness. They get to tell they met me.
If they meet any other Azure Kitty, they will know. They will instantly that I am the best.
They will tell
but,
the great story how they met the great and powerful Callie Fino.
So that you know, Zany, this is how this particular magic item works. It is normally a touch spell, and it is normally something you can only cast it on somebody who wants you to cast it on. So you can only target a willing creature. You can target yourself if you need to, and it is a touch spell. And what you do is you choose an affliction that the target is currently suffering under, which can be either a curse or a disease or a poison. And if it has advanced beyond stage 1 and you tap them with the stick, it instantly reduces it by 1 stage. So, like, let's say they're at stage 2, you tap them with it, and they just boop back down to stage 1. So it won't cure it, but it helps cure it. So that's basically what this does. That's its normal usage. You can, through using one of your spell slots, you can heighten that spell to 3rd level, which allows you to counteract a disease or poison, or you can heighten it to 4th level and counteract a poison, a disease, or a curse, which gets rid of it entirely. You do have to make a counteract check if you do that. But other than that, though, it can completely get rid of the curse. So essentially, the way that this works mechanically, once per week for the burst. It is otherwise a normal wand, which means once per day she can do the normal cleanse affliction with.
Oh.
So it just renews its single use every day, but it gets the one special per week kaboom, heals everybody around you thing. And if you decide that you want to do the heightened version of it, you just simply tell me that you're going to. And if you want to like counteract a curse or a disease or anything that's going on anybody that you're hitting with the wand, you'll need to make a counteract check versus the DC of the curse or the disease or whatever. And if you beat it, then that means it just goes away. So the thing is that these guys will need to the anti-curse poultice made by Manal. They'll need to stand out in the sunlight, apply the curse, and then you will need to like stand there with the wand and hit them with and make the check to try to actually turn the curse completely off. So that's the mechanics of how this works to cure these people from their affliction.
Callie claps
But otherwise,
and is like, "All right, gang, sounds like a plan. We gotta go smash one of those statues."
So the goal is to cure the curse.
yes, the goal is, assuming that you don't want to just like take this and leave, that you're going to cure the curse.
I mean, we could, but I mean, like,
I mean, you could, but like Betty's also taking it on herself to like protect these people. She might come a knocking.
Yeah.
But Dad,
so
if we
don't want to get the Betty.
Yeah, but Dad, if we heal them, we can convince them to stay at Homestead, and
that is true.
And if they stay at Homestead, Betty will follow too.
That is also true.
That is very true. So you guys will need, in order to like take care of the curse situation, you will need at least one statue that gets smashed in half, and then half of that statue will need to be transported back to the workshop where Manal can then process it into a poultice.
Would it work? Because they're not. Because if we smash it, would they technically be dead, even though they're an undead statue?
The way that these things work is that when they are in statue mode, they are, for all intents and purposes, just a statue made out of rock. They can be smashed, as you know, Betty and whatnot did say that they did that specifically. And so long as you separate the two halves by a far enough distance, it can't respawn. But basically the thing is that the don't know that by just leaving the rubble there on the ground, they're just respawning and reforming.
Well, I mean, they can't really do much. They're just regular old people, so...
Yeah. However, Callie has an interdimensional doorway that she can transport, like nearly 80 miles away, the half of this statue. So it will very much not come back after you guys have smashed it.
Alrighty, good. Alright, yeah, sounds like a plan. You guys okay with that? Going smash and grab a statue?
Alrighty. So, as far as smashing a statue, that's actually pretty easy to do. during the day, these guys are in statue mode. They're in standby. So they don't really do anything. Like they won't fight back or anything like that. So if you just want to have like Gloria, like go grab one of these statues, bust it into a bajillion pieces, and then like hand you the rubble to go through the door.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Then she will do to make the poultice. But he can make just like a big batch that you can then like spread out to all of these people. So all it will take is a day for him to do that. So the next question is that while that's going on, while he's crafting all of that, what else do you guys want to do while you're here otherwise in town with these people?
Do I see anybody? I go through the door, by the way. Since it's like midday.
There at the
the workshop.
At the workshop. Well, Rusi is in usual residence, but also like all kobolds, and Gacthus are there in full force, like working on stuff like normal. They're a little surprised that that you showed up in the middle of the day. Rusi's like first question is like, is something wrong? Why do you have a sack full of rubble?
We're just long story. We're dealing with like fucking necromancy statues or some shit right now, and we're trying to help some townsfolk from not turning into some undead statues.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Yeah, it does.
And does this rubble, and like he pulls out like a still mostly intact like hand out of, was like and this has something to do with that?
Well, yeah, we need to get Mr. Manal here to make us some poultice, a batch of about 5, because there's 5 infected, with these parts, in order to cure them of this curse.
Okay. I'll send one of the kobolds to get Manal and get him started on that. Is there anything else you need me to take care of?
I mean, as long as there's nothing else that needs to be taken care of, not really. That's about it. I was thinking potentially the townsfolk coming and staying over at Homestead, so maybe preparing that, I guess, if they are willing.
Oh, okay. How many people we talking?
It's like 21 plus how many orcs?
15.
21 plus 15 orcs, potentially. So about like 40, 30-ish.
Okay. Well, I'll swing by over with Werf and talk to him and see if we can figure out where maybe we could set all of these people. How far away are you guys now? Because like obviously you're the only one that can come back. Days travel we talking?
It's like what, like a couple of days?
You are 6 days away.
Oh, 6 days. It's about 6 days, but like I get that it's like a long ways away, but at the same time they can't stay here. This place is surrounded. Their village is surrounded by statues. If they stay, they're just like more likely to incur that they'll get cursed again and turn into statues themselves. Not a very favorable place to stay at the moment.
Okay, so we got roughly a week then before you would show up. I'll let Werf know that, and we'll see if we can figure something out. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and get that done, and I guess check back in when you can, and I'll let you know what Werf says.
Alrighty then. Thanks, bro. And then she gives him a thumbs up.
He gives a thumbs up right back, and then immediately like turns around and starts like barking orders at the kobolds who like all like snap to and start scuttling around. One of them, shoots off to go fetch Manau, and another one shoots off to go Werf.
Alrighty then. Yeah, and then she'll come back through the portal. And Callie's gonna ask Valeria, do you still want to exhume that body?
Sure.
I mean, it actually might be pretty useful to still do that because, like, they might tell us
Callie
some like more
puts
information.
her hand on Ban's shoulder and is like, would it be disrespectful to exhume the body of your past healer?
But I don't think they have to dig up the body per se.
Oh, all right. So you don't need to dig up the body.
Well,
Callie
they did bury her. You will need to dig up.
Oh, never. Callie, I can imagine Callie looks at like Various says that Callie's like, oh, we don't need to dig up the body, and then Larry's like, oh wait, no, we need to dig up the body. Callie's like, oh, sorry, we still need to dig up the body.
Ban says, no. At this point, there's not enough of us to be offended by it. We're pretty desperate, to be honest.
We won't be disrespectful with the body. We want to see if we could figure out if
what happened to?
Yeah, what happened to her?
What exactly happened?
If she was used for some sort of sacrifice or something.
Thank you very much for helping us. Obviously, of course, he looks a lot more like, thankful than his translated voice really like captures over. He looks a lot more thankful that you guys are taking this seriously. As far as exhuming the body is concerned, it's literally like a friggin' 10-minute walk from the palisade over into a little like quaint spot that's surrounded by some evergreen trees where they very clearly have like plots set out. There's like the little like ankle high little walls that have like divvied up like family plots and all that stuff. And there's very clearly one very fresh grave that's got some snow on it, but is otherwise very fresh. And it has a just like a basic marker on it with like a couple of flowers that have been put down. So how
do we see any statues nearby?
I mean, you can see some through the trees, but none of them that I would call pointed in your direction. Like they're all facing the town.
Yeah.
Oh, so like they're like encircling the town. Like they're like just like every single one of them is like making a beeline for the town.
Yeah, like every single one of them is facing the town.
Yeah, we need to get them out of here soon.
We're gonna get surrounded if we don't do something.
Yeah, well, Callie mentions to June, he's like, yeah, I told my brother to go tell Worf that we were probably going to move them to the homestead and that they'll find some place to let them find a way to like accommodate for all of them, including the orcs under Betty's command. So
the only issue is I don't think any of them are fit to make the trip unless we cure them.
Yeah, well, that's what Mr. Manal was on. I sent the parts away, so it shouldn't be more than a day to get all of the potions that we need to get the healing process and then curing them through.
What troubles me the most is that obelisk, though, especially that they took this healer there and sacrificed her or something. Let's hurry there and hopefully we can find some answers.
Yeah.
So, how do you want to go about exhuming a corpse?
Don't you? Doesn't Larry have a spell?
Yeah, I have a spell for it, but
All right.
I would have to touch it.
Uh,
Yeah.
What spell are you thinking about using?
This one. Hmm.
Fate's Travel. You get a vision of the creature when it was alive, and last 10 minutes of travel. The vision gives you a clear impression of the route it took, the locations it visited, if any, but not any creatures or hazards in those areas. Okay. All right then. Well, there's a little bit of digging to be done.
Hmm.
And what you guys uncover is a very clearly dead and like, beginning the very beginnings of the process of decomposition of a uh, middle-aged human woman, consistent with the descriptions that y'all were given. She does have a very obvious like slice across the throat. Like they've dressed her in a like ankle length sort of like sleeping gown, kind of thing. And they've like crossed her arms, like over her chest and everything. But it's very easy to tell that she's got a slice across the throat and slices down her arms. There are no other very obvious like defensive wounds or anything like that. So, Laria, once the body is open or is available to be touched, Laria touches the body and calls upon Fate's Travels to know about this person's last 10 minutes worth of travel and life. And the vision starts with your vision completely covered by some sort of black cloth. And it's very shaky, moving around, but you can definitely make out figures that are standing to either side that are shorter than, like your perspective. And there is two figures standing in front of you. One figure is absolutely gigantic. And then the other one is like human sized. They what languages does Laria know?
Probably none that they speak.
I mean, probably not, but let's go for it. Laria.
Common, Elven, Sylvan, and Draconian.
Okay. Then Laria does understand some of this conversation because they are speaking in Draconian. But although they are speaking in like a very heavily accented version of it, it's kind of like listening to Shakespeare, sort of like thing. So it's like an older form of Draconic. But the shorter figure says to the like gigantic figure, let me pull up my notes here. Okay. So the smaller figure says to the large figure, this is the next step that needs to be done. We've already covered all of our other bases. I've already got Vrek in transit. It will take several weeks to arrive. And you're sure, you are absolutely sure that when he gets here, your pieces will be in place. And then the big creature, also speaking in Draconic, says, of course I'm sure. when have I ever stirred you wrong in all of our long, long history with each other? And the smaller figure says, 3 times. 3 times you have stirred me wrong. And the big one says back, those 3 times, fate flipped a coin, and we lost the bet. This time,
3.
there is no coin flip.
3
This time,
times.
it will work as we need it to work. And then and then there's a pause, and the big one says something that Laria doesn't understand, but Laria would recognize the
Recognize the language you said?
yeah, you recognize the language as giant, although you don't know what that says because you don't speak giant.
Mm-hmm.
And then they very clearly like turn and look in the direction that your vision is, and the black cloth is pulled off of out from your eyes. So for a moment, you do have clear vision, and in that clear vision, you see a gigantic mummy that has a single eye. So like this really giant mummy with a single eye in the middle of its head, that is like wearing like armor and very sort of like the formal like priestly attire kind of stuff. They are standing in a snowfield with several big chunks of rocks that look like they were probably once part of some big ass buildings that are kind of like scattered around. You see, trees that look very consistent with the area that you're currently in. That sort of deal. Obviously, this was a human, so she only has human vision, so it's kind of blurry in the darkness. But also standing next to the mummy Cyclops, there is a person-sized and very familiar to Laria lizard man.
Oh boy.
He's wearing robes, although not the same robes that he was the last time you saw the lizard. And there are multiple.
Like a pussy was the last time we saw him. So.
There are also multiple kobolds scattered. Look very much like the kobolds that y'all encountered at the mine, including the 2 that are holding you. And then one of them grabs the back of your head, so her hair or whatever, and tilts, yanks back to like tilt head upwards. And then the lizard wizard walks close enough that he's still kind of like in your vision range, and he says in common, because he's now speaking to the woman who you are watching the last couple of minutes of, and he says to her in common, "I'm sorry for this. I truly am.
No, you're fine.
But I must find a certain level of peace in what I have to do next. And you are unfortunately a cog in that machine. I can at least tell you it'll be quick." And then you hear the slide of blade coming out of a sheath, all that sort of stuff. And it is blessedly quick. And then the last bit of vision is them gently laying her back so that she's on her back on the ground. And as things are fading out, you hear him speaking in Draconic again, snapping orders to gather her, remove her clothing, and prepare for transport. But that's where it fades out. And you come back to yourself there in the lightly snow scattered graveyard, your hand touching this cold as ice, slightly decaying corpse that is sitting within the earth. And there are those fucking statues not too very far away,
Callie asks, is like, so what did you see?
Yeah, Laria would just explain what she saw that happened, and she would tell Callie that she saw that looks like I don't remember his name.
I don't think any of us remember his fucking name.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one ever got his actual
No, we
name.
were
We
fucking
just
trying
called
to
him
kill
the.
him. Yeah, Callie.
Yeah, we just called him the Lizard Wizard.
I think Callie at the
Uh,
Yeah,
mention starts pumping
she
her.
was saying she was the one who or the lizard guy was the one who put her like
Callie,
throw in
I
there.
feel like at the mention of
Mm,
that, Callie
mm.
starts pumping her fist into the sky. It's like, yes, I knew it. It was that guy. Now we gotta go fucking find him. Hopefully, and kill him for his
Question out of
atrocities
character.
committed.
I'm like, yeah, weird
Mhm.
cold, I guess. What is it?
I just had a question out of character. Was the woman like gagged or something, like, or like there wasn't like any like struggle, but like was she like gagged too? That's why like
Like
they didn't say
bounded
anything,
or
or
something? Was she tied up?
She was. You would have been able to tell that she was held, like they were holding her arms, but she was not struggling. Like she was standing there, stone calm, for whatever particular reason.
Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
Like she was
Yeah.
not. She
Yeah.
was not moving. There wasn't any sort of like panic or anything like that, and she was clearly paying attention to what was said and what was going on around her as the best like her vision would be able to like tell her roughly in the dark. But yeah, she did not seem to be panicked. She was not struggling. She was not like tied up. She did have a like a kobold on each arm that was holding her. And you do know that those guys are reasonably buff for kobolds, and well armed. So like they definitely would have known how to like wrestle a otherwise relatively normal human woman like to the ground if they had to.
So she was like highly aware of what was happening.
Yeah, she was highly aware, but seemed to be utterly unconcerned.
yeah,
Yeah,
like again, this is all
Laria
out of
would just
character.
mention that as well.
Do you think it's the same cult as the one we met previously, or do you think this is a new one? Callie would say the one that was using brainwashing in Werrell or whatever.
Probably not. Because they do weird shit over there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're correct. I was about to say like don't make a religion check, but no, you're right.
Yeah, they
doesn't
just
different.
do
does
weird
not fit
shit
their MO.
over there. No.
So this is another cult. Callie sighs like, man, these fucking cults, man, they need to stop, man.
These fucking cults. I swear. Every goddamn day.
Callie's also like, yeah, we really should track this man down and like kill him.
Lizard.
The lizard wizard.
Lizard wizard.
I mean, we were almost there. We almost killed him, but then that motherfucker ran away like a fucking pussy. So
he ran away like a bitch. Like a bee of the arch. Which actually, just real quick, because I know otherwise I will forget this. If I don't do it now. Let's see. Where is that guy at? I want to make sure I've got his fucking token ready.
Oh shit! Roll initiative.
God damn it!
He pops out of the trees. He's like, haha.
He's like, haha! It was me all along. Yeah, we knew.
It was me all along. He explodes.
Yeah, we've been known. Let's see here. No, that's where I put the Tengu pirates at. Where did I put him? He's in one of these folders. I'll make a note to find him later. He definitely won't be on screen. He definitely won't be on screen tonight, most likely. Most likely. Okay, so you have taken a look at this woman's last few minutes. I would also say that actually, when they laid her back, as her life is leaving her from the blood drain, I would say that Laria would have had enough of a view of the skyline, which would have been a different color than the ground, that you would have been able to pick out the silhouette of the obelisk. So wherever she was, and given that you are an oracle of the stars, and therefore know the night sky like the fucking back of your hand, she was north of the obelisk when she died.
So they did move her slightly.
That's weird.
Yeah.
There's something fishy going on. It's not Kelly.
I mean, thank you for pointing that out. I mean, this got fishy written all over it.
Yeah, there's a lot of fishiness going
the guy
on.
that said the statue started appearing after the ritual, right, or before?
Yes, he said that they started appearing the day after she vanished. So basically the timeline was the kobold raid happened. She was taken from the village. They, formed a search party to look around for her. They did not find her until much later at the foot of the obelisk. Then, roughly 8 to 12 hours later, that's when the first statues popped up.
And that these statues appeared in their homes.
Well, they appeared outside of outside of town first, and then every time you weren't watching them directly, so very much the angels from Doctor Who, they Gumby slid across the ground and got closer, and then eventually directly in houses, and then harmed the people in those houses. Ban's mother, specifically, getting some translation when you guys were talking to the book, she would have communicated that the statue, she saw one outside, through her window, and then she was doing some other stuff around inside of her home, and then she just turned around and it was just there, and she felt a sharp pain in her arm and she fell down, and that was what's happened. She never actually literally saw the statue move to harm her. It was just there, and then she crawled away from it, and when Ban came to come check on her because of the commotion, it was gone.
Yeah, that'd be terrifying. Again, they're these are just normal ass people, species aside, they're just farmers and stuff like that, and then they get raided by a bunch of bandits that kidnap and kill one of them, and then immediately after these strange statues start sliding around, and then they start getting attacked by them. That'd be terrifying.
Yep,
that
would be terrifying. Okay, all right, I have located him. I've located the lizard wizard.
Has finally found him.
I will make sure that he is available for lizard wizardry. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. The lizard wizard, specialty lizard wizardry, has been located. Okay. That said, yeah, you've got a pretty friggin' terrifying like situation for these regular ass commoners, and you got a spellcasting lizard guy who is allies with a gigantic like cyclops mummy.
Callie.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. I'm just wondering. Does Callie know this? I don't think she does.
You know what?
Out of character, did Callie ever get told if June still has the connection to fucking Umber or whatever?
Um,
I'm
yes.
saying this. Yeah. All right. I'm just making. So yeah, you said yes.
Mhm.
I'm just making sure. All right. I don't want her to say something she doesn't actually know in her character. Callie's gonna like.
Wait. So, like, sorry. Sorry. So this was like, if June, the character, had told them that, like, she's still in contact with Umber.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Is she told anybody else?
Yeah, that kind of essentially was like the deal that they struck. That, like, like June is essentially like their middle man / phone call pager to
Okay,
the snake lady. Yeah.
Okay. All right. See, I'm just making sure she knew.
But
Callie-
yeah, Callie would know that
Callie-
technically June has Umber on speed dial.
Yeah, Callie goes, and then like nudges June, and is like, you might want to maybe tell Umber about this. As much as I hate to do it, because
Mm.
I don't want her knowing a whole lot, but maybe telling her might be a good idea, because this guy might be, I don't know, trying to do something funny, like take over the world.
Like, if she knows about
She
this.
knows about him, about his cult, about these people, about the Cyclops with the mummy with the one eye. Just like any general information that would be useful right now, because she's been around a lot longer than probably a few of us.
Mhm.
She has. Umber is a
I had
little
to
more than a
clarify
century.
a few of us, because Larry
Yeah.
and Seamus don't count.
Yeah, it's a little questionable in their direction, but yeah, she is more than a century.
All right, then I guess GM can June ring Umber at this time.
Yes, you can. Yeah, so you dial up Umber and
Hi, girl, hi.
hey, yeah, you dial up Umber, and it does take like about a minute. So you guys are all just kind of like standing there awkwardly while June's sort of scratching the back of her head, like, "Come on, snake lady, pick up."
She's in the middle of her butt now. She can't pick up.
She's got a voicemail.
But Umber does eventually like pick up the line essentially, and obviously June is the only one who hears this, but Umber's like hissing voice like just whispers into like June's ear, and she's like, "Yes, what can I do for you, June? It's been a while since we've talked now. You ever ready to visit? I sent you that map. You did get that, right? I sent it by mail."
Yes, I did.
Oh, good.
I've just had my hands tied at the moment. We are currently in. We are currently in a village. I don't know if you are familiar with the area of Crescent Moon, but
I am aware of it. I've never visited myself. What is going on?
Well, that was hopefully what me and my party hope that you could be able to help lend some insight on. There are these statues that have been appearing around this village that we have recently concluded are not statues at all, but some form of undead.
Undead, but also statues. I am aware of
Yes.
these things. I've done some experimentation with them in the past, though I've never heard of them in that area before. The only thing I know that's
Well-
out there is some old Cyclops ruin.
Well,
Are they Cyclops statues? Or are they like people statues?
people statues, but I think that might be a clue. We found, or the villagers here found their healer that had been kidnapped and sacrificed. We exhumed the body and I'm sorry, what was Laria's species name again? Sorry.
The Leshy?
Leshy. Okay, and it was L. I just didn't remember.
Mhm.
Our Leshy exhumed the body and used a ritual of some kind to get a sense of their last moments. And they said that while the woman was sacrificed, they did see what looked like a large cyclops wrapped up in bandages, as well as a green lizard folk that we have ran into before. I don't know if this cyclops is related to those ruins you mentioned, but it sounded like they were undead.
It would be very related. The ruins there, they predate. Their legends are well known in certain circles. There used to be a Cyclopean empire, although empire, I'm using finger quotes, you can't see me, but I'm using finger quotes. They had an empire that spanned a good distance there, down all the way past Harham and then further north to the cradle of all water. It was a sizable chunk of land, but it fell a long time ago. I don't know how historically accurate it is, but the tales of that time say that the Cyclops became obsessed with knowledge. Although I think what it really means is that they were fucking paranoid and they wanted to know something was trying to get them, so they kept delving deeper and deeper into certain sort of knowledges which would be considered, profane, forbidden, that kind of stuff. And it led to their downfall one way or the other. But if you've seen a Cyclops there, undead, covered in wrappings, it's probably one of their old mummies. They did a lot of mummification in their time period. If it's mobile, it is dangerous, June. Be careful. It's not like a regular mummy. Not like the kind of mummies that humans make. Those are still dangerous, but we're talking about something that is truly ancient and has a great deal of both knowledge and magical power. It pains me a bit to say so, but even I would have challenge to take one of those on in combat. I'd want to have as many forces at my side as I could. So if you are going into combat with this thing, be fucking on your toes. I don't want to, have to pull you out of a vat. But
Well,
you said that there were other statues that were appearing, correct?
yes,
Do these statues, just to confirm with you, these statues, they are person-sized, person-shaped. Are they particularly detailed, or are they more worn-looking?
GM, are they finely detailed, or are they more?
They are definitely more.
More fun.
Well, June will. June, what?
Just he cut out. Like, was it? Did you say more finely detailed?
It sounded like you said more finely detailed. Yeah.
They are more worn-looking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, more worn looking. Oh, sorry. Then yeah, good catch. My bad.
Just double checking.
Well, June will say that these are more worn looking. That, and again, that like they aren't moving per se like animated statues, but more just kind of like appearing and reappearing in different places when people aren't looking.
Okay.
That's what she'll tell Umber.
I am going to make a check for Umber. We'll do a public-facing roll for this.
Yeah.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, that's bad.
I mean, that's still plus 19, but
Still, yeah. But, like,
that is horrible. But you know what? She's going to use a hero point.
I was about to say June could use a hero point for her. You know, she is her snake lady sugar mama.
I mean, technically yes, but you know what? She has different checks that she could make. We'll say she fails that one, so she's going to make the other one, which as good, but hey, who knows? There we go. That's much better. Okay. Okay, so Umber describes to June that there is a type of she describes it as a semi-petrified form of undead, which matches the descriptions and stuff that you guys have put together yourselves. That these statues, as a creature, such as they are, is undead. So all of the like undead stuff that you would normally go if you were like combat with one, all of that still applies. Like they have negative healing. They are harmed by healing magic, vitality magic, stuff like that. Their big super claim to fame is that on top of the normal resistance to being dead, they are also wildly resistant to physical damage, unless you've got adamantine. If you've got adamantine, they're pretty weak against that. But anything else,
like we need fucking Wolverine over here. Fucking
yeah, you need fucking Wolverine over here to like get through all of their resistance. She says that they during the day they are no different from a regular statue, but their other claim to fame is that they themselves they can just glue themselves together, but so long as you separate the pieces by at least a quarter mile, then they can't reform. It's the only way to actually make sure that they're dead. So that's the only way that you can do it. So if you smash one, otherwise in combat, like should you reduce to 0 hit, if you do not separate the rubble distantly enough, 24 hours later, that thing's just right back up and running again.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Other than that, they can inflict the curse.
Yeah, Kelly just starts ripping pieces off of all the statues he sees. Like, oh, all right, your nose gone, your finger gone, your toes gone.
You do need to separate a significant amount of the body from each other. It's just like like if you just take like a little piece, even if like you took the head off of one, if quote unquote most of the body is still together, it will just reform.
This is a lot of fucking work, man.
Yeah, so you'd have to smash an entire human-sized statue that weighs, hundreds of pounds, and then haul chunks of that rock a quarter of a mile in every state.
There must be some way to like, this is out of character. There must be some way like to like band, or like what's the word, like to
Yeah, there is completely get rid of them. They are essentially they're all victims. And if you can get rid of the curse, they will just crumble to a fine powder, and they will not
assume that's what the
resume.
that they were talking about is
All right.
trying to do.
Well, June says in like a grateful tone, yeah, that does seem to be exactly what we're dealing with here. It sounds like something is afoot here. I don't know what this lizard we've ran into before is up to here, but if they're dealing with some manner of creature like that would even give you, as amazing as you are, pause, then I will be very careful.
Do be, June. Please take to heart my message. Very fucking dangerous. The big mummy thing. It really is just God. You don't want to deal with that shit. It's got lasers. It can fuck with your mind. Hell, it honestly, actually, speaking of that, try not to get anywhere close to it whatsoever, because it can fuck up with our connection too.
June kind of blurts out as I typed in the thing, like June's been like kind of standing like still, just like nodding, like And then she just blurts out, "It shoots lasers."
Callie gets like evil eyes, like, it shoots lasers, you say?
It does in fact shoot lasers. So it has just to give you an idea here. It has an ability where it shoots out a blast from its central eye. This works otherwise basically like a breath weapon, where it just does void damage to everything that's caught in it. And the reflex save for this is a DC 29. And not only are you like damaged by the thing, you are also blinded, as it as it blinds you on top of everything else. But yeah, that is one of its various abilities that it has. And it does also have some mental abilities. So yeah. But yeah, but she continues on with the this thing is dangerous. Don't get close to it if you can all avoid that. The good thing is it is most likely bound to that area. It will not be able to leave it, or at least not wander very far. So if you can get far enough away from it, it can't follow you.
Oh, hell no. Nah.
Well, that is good news for us. At least we can get our asses the hell away from it.
We gotta get these villagers to pack
Thank
the
you
fuck up.
again.
Yeah.
And she kind of pulls aside, like turns aside from the rest of the party, and just says, "And hopefully I will be freed up to enjoy your company again soon."
I certainly hope so as well. It will be good to have my rose once more. But call me back if you have any weird shit pop up.
Well, weird shit seems to pop up around me very often. And then she just kind of, bids adieu to Umber, and kind of hangs up.
Umber leaves you with the impression of all 6 versions of her eyes. Yep. Weird shit does tend to pop up around you.
And she, kind of turns back from her half turn to the party, and just reiterates what happened, or what Umber has told her, that this thing more than likely not is some sort of undead cyclops from ages past that does indeed shoot lasers and can, fuck with you just even being around it. But the one saving grace that we may have if things turn sour is that it is more than likely bound to wherever its residence is, or area. And
sorry, Ban with us still? I was about to say Dane. I was like, his name's not Dane, it's Ban.
It's Bon.
Bon. Yeah, Bon.
It's just Callie being like, so, Dane, what was your name? Ban? Bon? Bane?
Bone was your name. Bon has been basically politely, quote unquote, like over at the entrance of the graveyard, like 40, 50 feet away, letting you guys do whatever your weird magic is. Which after all of this time, like the translate spell is kind of like wearing off on him. But like as you like turn over and like what his name is, there's a distant
like 5 times or something.
there's a distant like thudding noise as a Gloria notices one of the statues looking and just like yeets that bitch.
Were you listening in on that? Because you might want to get all you guys to, as soon as we cure those other guys, you might want to pack all your shit and leave, because there's an undead mummified cyclops that shoots lasers from its eyes walking around here, and is probably going to I don't know, doing some weird shit with statues, I guess, and human sacrifice.
That does not seem like the Oracle I know.
Well, I guess my question is what our next step is now. We have the obelisk to investigate, I guess, if we want to, or probably not a good idea. We could maybe try to snoop around to see where this mummy cyclops is. Or we could...
If you want to see the Oracle, it is in the ruins beyond. And like he kind of points, and as he like keeps talking, the very end of the translate spell sort of like peters out, and he rambles back into Venarin as he's pointing.
Calby smacks Tim on the head and is like, "Can you hand me the gemstone real quick?"
Thumbs up. Hands you the gemstone.
Callie's gonna walk through the portal door and pull up the gemstone. Just for safekeeping in the workshop.
There is a bird running into glass door as Gopo unsplits and like tries to charge through the door after the gem and just bounces off of it because he's not Callie.
Don't worry, Gopo. I will give it to your master if he shows that he is not a crazed, murderous, laser shooting cyclops.
Rolodex, flip, not flip, insane, flip.
Oh, we'll see about it. We'll see about that one. And then she walks back through. Probably puts a note next to it like, "Don't touch. Very important. Keep right here."
Just leave that there so that like when Rusi comes back, he's not like, "Oh, what's this thing doing here?" Okay, so you leave that there, and Gopo is like flipping like rapidly through his like Rolodex of terms in common, and he is like tapping on them rapidly in like the most broken kind of like trying to curse, trying to curse out Callie for taking the stone away. he can't travel on his own 6 fucking days. That's the whole reason he hired you.
As long as Callie like looks at him, he's like, okay, I get what he's your master. He probably created you. You probably love him. Like, but like he's involved in some shady shit. Is all I'm saying, man. I can go and get the stone. All right? I can always get the stone. It's not gonna disappear. Okay, like just because it's over there, I can get the stone. I'm just making sure that I'm the only one who has access to the stone at the moment, just in case,
Gopo puts away the Rolodex and just makes a rude hand gesture.
he gives her the middle finger.
Yeah, just gives you the middle finger with one of those like little dirt bones, and is like, So, Gopo is a little like incensed, but Gopo is not going to like try and have combat or anything over the fact that like the stone is still technically there. All the Callie's got to do is like walk through the door. So I guess that means it's technically not really that far. So long as Callie doesn't die sometime in the next like 48 hours.
Subtle foreshadowing.
Subtle foreshadowing. Don't say it be so. I don't want to die.
The last thing otherwise though that you guys got was that the Oracle is that way, in the way of the, he's basically pointing at the obelisk and beyond to where like the ruins are. So
and June would mention the ruins too, that Umber told her.
So then I guess the question is from here, with these things done, what does the party want to do next?
Do we go speak with the Oracle? Cause like he's some shady motherfucker. I gotta say that at the very least. Cause like he's pretending to be an Oracle, right? I'm gonna assume because they're like buddy with the villagers, but he was in cahoots with a guy who just brought him their fucking healer after raiding their village with a bunch of kobolds, and then sacrificing her on an altar, and then creating a bunch of murderous fucking statues that are also like necrotic, that are spreading a disease amongst the villagers that's also turning them into statues, like, because this is the same guy that's fucking shady as hell.
That's pretty fucking shady, yeah.
So that's one vote for Oracle, I guess.
So
sure.
Oracle or obelisk?
Actually, let's go with the obelisk first. We'll leave him for last, just in case.
I mean, they're more or less on the same. Which I guess.
I mean, technically, Oracle, you walk in that direction, you'll hit the Oracle first, and then if you just keep going, then you get to.
Yeah, so you guys want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Well then, the party takes the trail out to where the obelisk is. Now, at its base, the obelisk is maybe like 50 feet wide on a side, which is, like very large. It is still quite big, but it is not like truly Titanic or anything like that. It is very well made. I mean, yeah, it is basically the size of the inner circle of the town there. And at its base, there is a big plaza, like cobblestones, like a low fence, all that sort of stuff that goes around it by like almost 100 feet out from each side. It is very clearly like decorated as some sort of like holy site or something along those lines. And there is, of course, moon imagery everywhere that is carved into this thing. It is very old. It is weather worn, but it still sees, like pretty constant traffic, possibly from the villagers, possibly from somebody else. There is not anything here other than the obelisk itself that looks very like altar-y or anything like that. And all of the symbols here are just basically all of the various different sky gods that you guys are familiar with. There's a couple of things that aren't common and would require checks, but like everything is otherwise like sky, specifically night sky, specifically moon, like related. It doesn't seem to be dedicated to any one specific deity or anything like that. Do you guys take ban with you?
Sure, I guess.
I mean, like we don't have the translate spell, like, but if he's tagging along, I don't see why.
I can do it one more time.
Okay, well, you don't really need the translate. It's easy enough for Ban to like pantomime like where they found the body, and it's also pretty clear that there's like less snow in one particular like spot. But he leads you up to a like right at the base, a spot where they found the body. It was on the southern face of the thing, so like towards the village. And from his pantomiming, he says that they found her laying here on her back with her head towards the obelisk. But she was otherwise lying, like with her arms at her sides in a, generally relaxed kind of like basic pose. And he also pantomimes like looking around and seeing tracks and like following the tracks around the side of the obelisk, and then just kind of like points down toward the other ruins. So, boop, here's where it was. We saw tracks. They went back that way.
I see.
Mm-hmm. So, otherwise, there's nothing here. There's not even any of those stats.
Can I do a detect magic just to see if there's any
strange
shenanigans?
Yes, you can.
Bing bong.
Is Cyclops mind control auditory or visual?
The what? The one that the Cyclops zombie can do?
Yes.
It is. Neither. It just has to touch you.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
He's got to touch you with his eyeball.
Alrighty.
No, it just has to touch you. It just has to touch you physically, one way or the other. It's eyeball or not.
Alrighty, I will be.
And it is described as infectious, and it apparently hijacks your brain's vision centers and memory.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna be staying as far away from him as possible. Just because, like, I was like thinking, I was like, oh wait, if I make myself the prime target, he's probably gonna like try and like mind control me, go through the door and get it. If he is actually evil, if he is the same as Cyclops that we're thinking of.
But
what is detect magic yet?
Okay, detect magic. After you factor in for the party, there is at the spot where the body was laid down, there is a little residual magic impression there. That there was a magic impression, which you brush aside the snow, you find just a little bit of like chalk and charcoal and whatnot that made a teleport circle.
Teleport circle.
Yes.
And
If you would like
that
to make an
sound-
Arcana check,
Oh,
you can make an Arcana check.
What's the DC?
The DC you are aiming for here is a DC 25.
God damn it!
God damn it.
I don't want to laugh.
God damn. We're just.
You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I am using Torque's card. I haven't used it at all. I'm using it.
You don't have any more hero points?
Hilarious.
No, I have 3 hero points.
Why
Well,
don't you use
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Fuck it.
Hero point it.
Hero point it.
There you
Let's
go.
go!
Yeah.
God damn it!
Damn.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I didn't mean to pop off that hard. My fucking life over here.
It's about fucking time. All right. So you dust off the area so that you've got like a good look at this faded circle. And using your magic sense from Detect Magic, you can see that this magic circle is mystically connected to the obelisk. Like the obelisk is basically an antenna that is amplifying where this teleport circle is going, essentially. So basically, instead of using like the big teleport spell to travel here, you can use a smaller teleport spell and get further distance because of the boost provided by the giant antenna. And this spell, though, even with the boost, could probably only cover about a mile. So, one, it's got a range of roughly a mile, and two, it has within the it has not been used recently, like within the past like 24 hours or anything like that. So it's been dormant otherwise this whole time, but it's basically just waiting on somebody with the right magical skill to pluck the string and it will teleport.
Maybe we should get rid of that. But then again,
And so, like, is it like a one-time thing, or like if you just do the same, like if you catch the same, like I wouldn't say like signal, but like
It
you can do this multiple times.
it is basically a keyed portal. And if you can turn the key, then and you're standing in the circle, anybody who is standing in this will be teleported to wherever the other keyed location is, which has got to be within 1 mile of this.
So if we want to use it, we would have to find out where the key is.
Yeah.
Well, the key is 1/2 you being an arcane spellcaster, and the other half is basically just you pulling off another arcana check to do that. It's DC 25. So if you wanted to, you could activate that, and if you're standing in the circle, and anybody else who's standing in the circle goes with you wherever this thing teleports you to.
For shits and giggles, can I take out a notepad and like doodle, like do like a kind of like a drawing of like the symbol for the teleportation, like the runics and all that other jazz?
Oh yeah, sure. You can do that.
All right.
With that 35 arcana, you can make a fucking copy.
All right, there we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was like a crit.
So is it like a one-way thing, or can be teleported back and forth between the two locations?
Assuming that the receiving location is set up in the same way, all again it would take is somebody with the ability to cast arcane magic and making a high enough arcana check to open the portal.
We might want to get rid of that.
And you do have, and also just so that you're aware, in order to trigger it, the person who is doing the trigger has to be either in the circle or adjacent to the circle.
And
Alrighty.
but we did say that they're using the obelisk as an antenna, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So
So what
it's-
the obelisk is just enhancing the range of this teleportation. Normally, this teleportation would be within 100 feet, kind of like thing. But this is giving it a range out to a mile.
Still, 100 feet's not terrible.
No, it's not terrible. It's basically like a quick battlefield repositioning kind of spell, but it has been basically it's like the arcane. It's the arcane version of abomineering, jiggering, a thing to go beyond its normal specs. That's what they've done here. Is they've essentially glued on enough extra arcane math to get this thing to blow way past where it's supposed to go. But yeah, roughly a mile above you, there is a big floating building-sized thing.
Well, I would say, considering that I've got the doodle on me, at least now I can set up a reposition stuff too for combat, so that'd be good to have.
Mm-hmm. It'll be a new spell that you can add to your round.
All right. Well, as I finished sketching it, I noticed June looking up to the island above, the floating mass above us, putting two and two together. I look around. I'm like, anybody want to take this thing for a test drive?
I feel like Callie's like, I feel like I should be at a safe distance from these people, because if they get me, they get the gemstone, and the gemstone means they'll do whatever evil plan they intend to do with it, or whatever plan they intend with it anyway. But from what I've seen, sacrificing someone, yeah, kind of evil.
So, Seamus is saying to take this thing where it may lead to. Could very well be somewhere else for all we know. Yeah, there's no guarantee.
Other notable locations that are within a mile of this place are the village that you guys just came from, and smack dab in the middle of the ruins on the other side. Those two locations are also within the radius of things' potential range. Although it does go specifically to one spot. That is the other thing that Seamus knows beyond a shadow of a doubt, is this thing is key to one individual spot that it is supposed to go to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, by all means, go for it if you want to. It's just that, you could very well just pop up in this Cyclops fucking living room while he's sipping coffee, and it's like the.
Schlurp looks over to the side, sees you. Laser beams.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god, dude.
But isn't the Cyclops Golpo's master or something?
It seems like
possibly, yeah. Golpo, by the way, is still relatively near you guys, but he's splooting on the ground angrily.
Golpo, fuck off. Your master's weird. Okay.
Out of the snow, small hands, finger extended.
I'm gonna crouch down. I'm gonna be like, "You good, Golpo? What's going on?"
I took his magic stone.
Oh.
I put it in the workshop.
Yeah, Callie put it in the workshop, so Golpo physically can't get to it.
Yeah, there's too many red flags here. I was like, I'm not letting Tim have it in a fucking bag of holding. I'm gonna put it in the workshop.
Golpo's throwing a tantrum, I guess.
I mean, he's throwing a very quiet tantrum. Yeah.
I mean, the fucking.
How far away are we from his master? Because that was kind of the whole thing that got us here in the first place.
Yeah. His master, who has been said to be an oracle, but that's the end of that sentence, who might be a zombie mummy
Zombified.
cyclops, maybe.
Zombified. I mean,
He's
it makes sense.
according to the Oracle, lives or otherwise stays in the ruins.
I mean, also, what the fuck is his name again?
Ban.
Van, yeah. Van
Yeah.
said that, it's like, we told him the description, and he said, oh, that's not the Oracle I know. It's like, yeah.
Could the Oracle be a shapeshifter, possibly?
Oh my god, not another fucking shapeshifter, I swear to god.
There's so many of them in this game.
PTSD from shapeshifters.
No, because putting it together, because I'm like, that's not the Oracle I know. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, maybe he's just putting on a front. Maybe he's like trying to help these people, but like actually he's just using them.
Yeah, because Ban and the other villagers, they have occasionally interacted with the Oracle. Like, this would have been easy enough information picked up while you guys were
and you also
in
have to
the
realize
village.
it's like they don't know about like that stuff. Like they don't have the information we do of like we saw him at the site where their healer was getting killed. It would also explain the fact that like how did they know where to get the healer and who like because like they specifically because like they said the villager said specifically they got the healer, they knew exactly where she was and they got her specifically out of everybody else. And why would he know that, bro? Because he lives here and he's talked with the villagers.
And also he's an Oracle. So
he just
yeah,
knows things.
There is a certain level of information that you guys have. The regular people that live here do not have. But again, as far as like all of what the villagers have said, they have interacted with the Oracle, and they don't ever like describe the Oracle or give him a name or anything like that. He's just the Oracle. He stays in the ruins. They interact with him apparently occasionally, whenever they're like over there for a particular reason. And he was the one who gave them who gave them specifically the wand that Laria has that has the special burst effect on it for cleansing afflictions.
Sure.
And he also specifically told them help will arrive later from the south, which is the direction that you guys came from. So there's a whole hell of a lot of mixed.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, why would he have this?
How about we see for ourselves this Oracle and get our own impression of them?
We're probably gonna have to, yeah.
Yes, indeed, he is very strange.
And for all we know, it could be a totally different Oracle. It just happens to be,
They just happen to look the same. Even though fucking Umber said they have like a path that they live in and they can't go outside that path, so it wouldn't make any fucking sense if it was a different one.
I mean, yeah. Assuming that her information is also very likely.
It's the Pepe Silvia thing, but instead of like Charlie, it's just Callie trying to piece everything together.
I'm just trying you know what I mean? I'm just like, guys, I'm just trying to make it so that we don't have to fight a giant, ancient, mummified cyclops that shoots lasers out of its eyes, okay?
That sounds heavy metal.
I mean, yeah. And that's a very real... This thing's got ass like you wouldn't believe. I mean, like, I love...
How long my computer went to sleep.
Okay, so here let's take a quick restock here. The party,
first of all,
technically plus Ban, is here at the bottom of the big pointy doohickey. So
before we do that, can I ask Gopo, even though he's like mad at me, can I ask him a question? I want to ask him specifically, Gopo, is your master a Cyclops?
Rolodex, yes.
Is he mummified?
Taps yes again.
Huh.
You know, I'm not liking this picture. I don't like the
you just see the smile from Callie just kind of like slowly disappear to like an angry frown.
I don't like the picture of this painting is fucking painting.
I don't like how this JPEG is. So with that confirmation from GoPo, which hey, who knows? Maybe there's a different fucking Cyclops zombie. We still have we still have the question of what is the party going to do? Because you're here at the obelisk. There is nothing else around except you guys. You've got a teleportation circle that goes somewhere, and then you do, obviously, of course, know could just walk there. So what is the direction the party wants to go? Do you want to pluck that string on the teleportation circle and see what the fuck happens? Or do you want to just hoof it over to the place where the oracle is supposed to be?
June's gonna ask Seamus straight up. This teleportation circle, she does not know magic. She says, is there a way for us to, if we need to run away for wherever this takes us to is like a bad place, could we escape from it, or are we just kind of going to be stranded there?
I will go ahead and tell Seamus that you would know that there is no cooldown on this thing. So, like, if you pull the trigger and teleport, don't like where you're at, and then pull the trigger again, you just come right back here.
Okay. I see how it is. All right.
I mean, if you don't like it, yeah, I mean, it's just like, and he just snaps his fingers.
Yeah, it is essentially like a big version of Callie's door.
Yeah.
Except it takes
I guess. Yeah, I guess I was just saying, like, there is no like it's not like one circle for the way to there and like another circle for the way back. It's like, you know, once you have it, you have like both ways.
Yeah. Assumedly there's a circle there. That circle is just simply the exit portal, but this is a two-way hallway. You could walk back and forth, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So long as again you've got somebody with the ability to cast arcane magic, which Seamus can do, and Seamus makes a Arcana check, DC 25, in order to trigger the
roll
thing.
At least a 10.
Yeah, so you got like a 50-50 shot with the dice to do
it. Coin flip. I have a actual coin flip.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
So we can either hoof it, or if you want to just head there. I mean, if we can't make up a choice, heads or tails, and whichever one's chosen the most, we'll do that route.
Fuck.
So do y'all want to coin flip it?
All right. Well, you know what? Somebody roll me a D2. Just slash roll 1D2. And on heads on a 1, you just walk.
I'll do it. I'll say shit.
Right.
Just pulls out like a copper piece.
I can't believe we're letting our fate be decided by a copper coin.
Boop. All right. Teleport it is.
Uh,
Everybody gather together real tight in this 10-foot circle.
Right, you said I have to do a 25, right?
Yeah, it's a DC 25 Arcana check.
Alrighty.
June's gonna tell Tim to stay behind, just in case.
Thumbs up. Actually, you know what? Technically,
I was thinking
Tim. Technically, via Brick, Tim can cast arcane magic. So theoretically, Tim could try to actually open from the outside, because that can be done.
Tim is the escape route.
Oh my god! I swear.
Let me pull up Brick, or let me pull up Tim's sheet just so I can see
Oh
what.
my god!
I feel like I should.
This is amazing.
I feel like I should leave the portal door with somebody. I don't think I should have this on me.
You want to leave it with Tim?
Wait, hold on,
Do
hold
I
on.
want to leave it with Tim? Should I leave it with Tim?
Well, I mean,
wait, Tim's able to do arcane. It can do arcane stuff too, right?
I mean, yes, he is trained in Arcana. Now his check, his total is only an 11, so he can do it, but like he's gonna have to roll high.
I will make a copy of the teleportation circle thing that I drew. I've drew of in my notebook. I just move over to a page, copy it again, and I give it to Tim and tell him, if you sense any danger, draw this, and I guess I would say just like do something or whatever to open a doorway to us.
Okay.
Callie's gonna hand him Tim, or maybe Tim and Jamal are there. She's gonna hand off the portal door to one of them and be like, "Now I better not see no fucking scratches on this thing when I come back and get it."
Taking Callie's car for a test drive.
They both give you the NPC thumbs up, and Gloria just like gently, like takes it from them and like puts it under her arm, and she's like, "Well, I'll make sure it's doesn't break or anything."
Alrighty.
All right.
I
Get ready to do the Arcana check. Everybody huddled in.
All right, everybody who's somebody is. So hit the gritty. Hit that gritty.
A car engine fail. Start.
There's a light thrumming as you're like, and it doesn't quite. Try that again.
Damn.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. All right. So suddenly, the ground is not the ground anymore. As the bundled people inside of the circle feel gravity rearrange itself, and you fall through the teleportation circle, emerging out of the opposite end of the teleportation circle. And when you do so, you find that you dirt and snow-covered area. There is some trees off nearby that look very similar to what you've seen in this area before. And there is some big, chunky pieces of rock and stone that are very indicative of ruins sitting there. There is also a fucking gigantic skeleton that is
Not
half
Home
buried.
Depot.
That is half buried. No, it's not the foot Home Depot skeleton. No, it is. Well, I mean, it is a skeleton, half buried, but it is also not humanoid. But over on one of the like ruin pieces, not too far from where you pop up at, you see a big fucking mummy, like a really big fucking mummy.
Big fucking mummy.
Have you ever seen have you ever seen the Blade movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Okay, but do you remember the archivist, the vampire archivist?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine that guy, but like wrapped up in like bandages, and he is like sitting on his ass, his back up against a like partial wall or whatever, and he's very much a fucking mummy. But he is big, he is corpulent, and he only has a single. But it's just him. He's the only one that's there. And when you guys all wink in, his big central eyeball like blinks and then like rotates in your direction. And do any of you speak giant?
Nope.
No, but I can cast translate again.
Yep, you can cast translate because he says something in.
probably a good idea to cast it on yourself and not.
Okay. You zap him with fucking translate, and you hear like a noise come out of him. It's not speech or anything, but sort of like a gurgling noise. Sounds sort of like he's clearing his throat. And the mummy like leans a bit forward, and snow drifts off of its head and shoulders as it shifts its weight a little bit. And it says, via the translator, "You're here early."
Early?
By my estimation, you were not supposed to arrive by another. He kind of looks up at the sky a little bit and looks back down at you. Another 12 hours.
12
You're really
hours.
ahead of schedule. How very useful.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, you had there was a teleportation circle around, so I figured, hey, might as well give that a shot, see where that goes.
I didn't know if you would find it, but I'm glad that you did. It speeds things up for us. Do you have my gopo and also my gemstone?
We have Gopo, and we do have the gemstone tucked away somewhere safe.
I would like to have both my gopo and my gemstone. Give them to me, and I will reward.
Callie asks, what do you intend to use the gemstone for?
A communion ritual. I need to ask the moon some hard questions.
The moon?
Would that
Yes.
fall under an occult thing?
Yeah, that would be an occult thing.
All right, do you mind if I make a check?
Go right ahead. All right. Well, 24 tells you that oracles, like in general, they do commune with spirits, nay gods, things that fall sort of like in a half sort of thing. And a lot of them are kind of semi-conceptual. But the moon is generally known to be like a watcher, an observer, things like that.
Nothing evil, so
Yes, I mean, some of them are like explicitly evil. And he's saying that he wants to ask the moon some hard questions. And generally, also from what you know from oracles, and the fact that you've got a fucking oracle right here with you, you know that these spirits tend to not be very direct in their answers or the information that they pass on. There's a whole lot of like speaking in riddles and like roundabout metaphorical stuff.
Because they're if memory serves, gods don't like telling people directly. They want you to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, it is one of those things where they'll give you a nudge, but
What do you mean?
They want you to do it. But what he is saying is he needs it for a special ritual to force the moon to like tell him specifics.
Callie then asks, how do you know to cure the petrification curse that the villagers are suffering from? Because you gave us that item with a specific intent.
I can see the future. I am an oracle. And I knew that if you came here, you would cure them. But you would need a little help. So I provided that.
Kelly off to the side, and Rasu, Dad is like, should we ask him about? Should we confront him about any of this stuff to see?
I speak back to Callie and Rasu. I'm like, he may be an oracle, but the fact that we were technically early means that maybe he's not. Maybe something's not totally
True.
right, but not total. Yeah, something's a little off.
Callie responds back, he's like, why do I feel like it has something to do with the fact
With the
that
statues?
not just the statues, but the fact that maybe he saw a future where we didn't catch on to what he was doing.
Shame
Because
kind of like scratches his chin.
if he truly knew, saw the future, he would have said that we don't need to hide it from him in such a specific way as I have. Put it through the portal door and sent it like on a 6-day hike away from him.
I don't like that roll.
Don't worry about it.
I don't like that roll either.
Don't worry about it.
June.
The oracle twitches.
June kind of says. June kind of speaks up, says, why did you need us specifically, or were we just the ones that just so happened to run into Gulpo?
Oh no, it had to be specifically you. I needed, and he holds up his hands and he like counts off on his fingers. He's like, I needed the orb of dark protection. I needed the serpent's rose. I needed the resurrection machine. I needed the unified theorem. I need the tunnel killer. And I need she who answers the star's cry. And most of you are here. Where is the resurrection machine and the tunnel killer?
They're off.
Nearby, I hope. Otherwise, this may all be for naught.
Why do you say that?
You see, I need that gemstone to cast a ritual, to force the moon to tell me some hard answers. Questions that I have had for
Alright, I'm back when I missed.
a very long time now. But those questions don't concern you. They are not things which you need to care about. And I do not say this to be insulting or belittling. They are questions I have had since the fall of our empire many centuries ago. So this information is old and cannot be found through any other source. But the moon saw it. The moon knows. And I would have those answers. So it is purely for my own curiosity that I ask this. That is why I needed the gem. And because I cannot leave this place, I had to send Gopo to get the gem. And Gopo would need to return, and he would need protection, as there was the Stagira on the road, and the Stagira would be attracted to the gem if it got near enough. So I had to make sure that Gopo was safe. I told Gopo to find you and to ask you to escort him back to me with the gem. He has done that.
And so was that your eye in the sky? She kind of cheekily, waggles a finger at, like, her face when we
Yes,
were crossing the border.
you are correct. I was looking down upon you to see what the situation was. It was a coin flip again. One of those inflection points where history can lean to the left or to the right. You defeat the Stagira and continue on your journey, or the Stagira curses you and turns you into stone and consumes you. But thankfully for both you and me, you got through that test. You won the coin flip, and now you're here. But like I said, you're here sooner than I.
What does the future tell? What was the future you saw? Past that point.
Past that point, I knew that you would come across the orcs who have established themselves as protectors here. I knew that you would come to the village and you would offer aid. That's also why I put the wand in their hands the last time they visited me, so that it would be within reach when you arrived and could help them with the problem caused by the other statues. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about the statues. It has run beyond my ability to uh, affect in a way that would do anything positive for it.
I have to ask, are you the one behind the statues?
In a manner of speaking, yes, I am. I am guilty of that.
So you were did you kill the villager's healer to create all these statues?
I did not kill her, not directly myself, but I did direct the kobolds to who would need to be collected and whose blood would need to be spilled in order to activate the statue. So,
Uh,
again, in a way, I am guilty, though I lifted no actual hand against her.
Interrupting real quick, June is going to do this as she says this. She's going to chime in and say, "Ah, so you get the keep the blood off your hands while you put things into motion that causes pain to other people. Isn't that so convenient for you?"
Okay, you launch an insightful quip, distract them, choose a foe. That would be the big Cyclops guy. Roll a diplomacy check against their DC. Let me look at his will DC real.
He's a fucking ancient cyclops. I imagine his will is pretty.
It is pretty decent, but be glad it's not a fortitude.
Okay, so roll diplomacy.
So roll that diplomacy check.
That's going to be a hero point because that's a 5. So re-rolling that, taking away 1 hero point.
Okay.
Okay.
Bam. All right, that is much better. Okay. So, let's see here.
Yeah, but June is definitely taking issue with the whole like oh, I wasn't really the one that did it per se. I'm just where the dominoes lie is not my concern.
Yeah. The Cyclops' eye does like flick like directly at June, and like flicks directly at June with that. His big heavy brow like lowers in a kind of like he's mildly annoyed kind of expression, and he says to June, You're right that I kept the blood off my hands by doing it in that roundabout way. I am not going to say that I am without fault or guilt here. I do experience regret over that action, but I am one that plays domino over the course of millennia. I mean no offense in this, but you are a human. Your view is limited comparatively. I
Callie's,
must set things up in order
Callie,
to reach a conclusion that I desire.
Callie's gonna chime in here. She can be like, "You guys played dominoes over a millennia, and yet your civilization fell apart and got destroyed."
It would be bullshit to say that that was one of the fall.
It would be bullshit.
It would be bull to say that we planned or intended. But I wasn't the one who pulled that particular trigger. That was a death by 1,000 cuts. Books could be written on all of the different failures that led to the fall of our great empire. That is why I want to ask the moon those hard questions, because those books were not written. And the ones who could write them, who would have the direct knowledge, exact reasons why our empire fell, have been moved on. They have passed Pharasma's judgment. They are unreachable. But the moon knows. And the moon will tell me. But I guess that's not why you're really here, is it? And then he slowly starts to drag
what?
Drag himself to his feet. Like he gets up.
Loud sweating.
June is going to.
We might want to get.
June is going to try to keep her cool here and say, "Well, it sounds like this gemstone is mighty important to you. So it's reason to say that it would be a mighty reward to give it to you. You mentioned a reward earlier. What would that be?"
I have many treasures at my disposal. Leftovers from our great empire and many things which have been brought to me in service as an oracle. I would give these items to you in recompense for the gem and Gopo, of course.
Oh, you're giving us Gopo?
No. You give me Gopo.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
As Gopo did not come.
I was gonna say, I don't think Gopo wants to stay with us after Kelly made
Gopo, as far as you guys know, exploded on the ground over a mile away.
I mean, can you blame Callie though? Really? Can you blame Callie? Shouldn't trust him.
To be fair, what would have stopped Gopo from if he had the gemstone from jumping into that circle and teleporting with it,
Yeah, I mean that would have.
He can't get through the portal, and Gloria is guarding it. So I think that's probably what's gonna.
No, yeah. I'm saying if Kelly hadn't done that, and Gopo just had the gemstone on him, and we uncovered that teleportation circle, what would have stopped Gopo from just absconding off and leaving us?
I don't think Gopo's got the Arcana for it, honestly.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to distract.
No, Gopo does have the Arcana for it. Gopo can make that check relatively easily.
Okay, so
so there's more than meets the eye with Gopo. Then. Okay.
He's giving me
Gopo is basically this guy's familiar, which means Gopo gets to pull off some bullshit.
Oh.
So, this truly titanic mummy
Mm.
gets to his feet with a bit of struggle. He is, let me tell you, he is.
Jesus Christ, what did we get ourselves into?
He is as close as makes no fucking difference to 20 feet tall.
Oh my god, he's somehow
That's a
taller.
huge bitch.
He's somehow taller
He
than
is
Mr. Servo's
he is a
tallest.
huge bitch. So yeah, he is bigger than Mr. Servos ever was. He is literally the size of a building.
Oh god.
But he stands up with like a
Callie-
little bit of effort.
Callie then asks, can I just ask a single question? Why hire the fucking wizard guy? Why hire the kobolds? Why activate the statues? Why any of it?
I'm afraid, Miss Vito, you have things backwards. I did not hire them. They hired me. I provide my oracle services to a lot of people. Some of those people aren't people. Soul Riot came to me to ask me questions. He's been doing it for centuries.
Callie chuckles. The name is Soul Riot. She's like, what a fucking stupid name.
He's been coming to me.
That's like that reminds me. It's like it makes me think of that scene from Guardians 2, where fucking Rocket's making fun of the guy named Taserface.
Your name is Taserface?
Cold Steel the Hedgehog.
Back to the skeleton man. Yeah.
But yeah, he says that Soul Riot has been coming to him for centuries with questions, and he pays handsomely every single time. But he snaps his fingers, and materializing around him is a very fucking fancy looking piece of like breastplate armor and stuff like a big fucking staff in his hand. As he stands there with more and more like strength with every like passing. But he looks over at Callie and he says, you are the unified theorem. You are a cog in a greater machine, fate. And one of the things I have seen is a coin flip. You, Miss Fino, will either come to rule a vast nation of unimaginable power by today's standards, or you will be a stain on the ground right over there. And like he points casually about like 10 feet from standing. That inflection point happens in 12 hours. Unless you'd like to race the clock and try for it now.
Is he saying that like he wants me to chase after death?
Secret optional boss.
Is that what he said? Chase after death or whatever, or go on rule the world or whatever.
Well, it's like, well, if you want to light this candle, we can do this now, or in 12 hours when the like appointed time is.
Can I do a perception though to see if he actually felt bad though, like genuinely feels bad about what he did?
You know what? Yeah, go ahead, make that perception check. Yes. He does actually genuinely seem like he is that he does not like what had to be done in order to get to this point. But he's got that very much like there's only one way to do this, and it requires unfortunate sacrifices that he's not happy about. but he's very willing to take.
Callie asks one more time. Can I ask one more question? What is it Soul Riot specifically hired you for?
He wished to know when his brother Vrek would die, a final time. And I told him it will be tonight. But I required multiple unique individuals in order to achieve this. That is why you are here. That is the inflection point that approaches.
Oh, so you're saying I gotta go kill him?
Well, I'm saying you're going to have to try.
Okay.
And we will see which way the coin lands, which way the domino falls, or whatever metaphor you want to talk about.
Callie then goes and sighs like, fine. I'll go get your fucking stone. Hold on. Callie, like, to the rest of the party's like, he actually, like, puts a hand on, like, everyone's shoulders, like, yeah, he actually feels bad about what he had to do. And, well, he's letting us go and fucking kill him. Go kill that guy's brother, so, like, I guess it's not entirely... he's not entirely evil, or at least not entirely in cahoots with... And then she smirks again and starts laughing, like, Soul Riot. As she, like, her face scrunches up when she says that, because she's, like, laughing, and there are tears coming out of her eyes and shit, just laughing her ass off at that stupid fucking name.
That's what it is. Soul Riot.
Well, Callie, looks like you might get your revenge on him sooner than you thought.
And then I get to go and rule
the world.
Unless that was a lie, but...
I guess.
Yeah, he's an oracle. He's probably telling the truth. I love how Callie's like, she doesn't believe any of that god shit, but then the moment they like predict she's gonna take over the world, she's like, okay, yeah, I'll believe that.
What's Laria's take of this? You know, oracle to oracle. What's her thing, like, thought process on this?
Yeah, other oracle, she who hears the cries of... There's a extremely gigantic dead man there who's like spouting off shit about the future and forcing them to answer questions.
Well, like, I guess Callie going to go like fight that guy or something.
I
Oh
mean,
no.
You know, I would say, given that Laria is a Leshy and also a Oracle of the Cosmos, that there's some old like memories from your multiple past incarnations like rattling around in there that like the God, what's the word I'm searching for? The Cyclopses. Back when they were the shit, the oracles amongst the Cyclopses were the shit. They were the badasses of their like entire species. So were Callie to like get into a pissing contest with this big giant dead man over, her little fish ass be grass.
well, Callie's not planning on that.
Yeah. So yeah, if Callie wants to throw hands,
yeah,
so
Callie's
yeah,
planning on doing that. Well,
Callie
kind of chuckles back though. It's like, if this is manipulation you're using on me, it's working. The whole idea of
I don't like that role.
Going and saying that if I kill that guy, I'll go take over the world or whatever.
The giant mummy twitches.
But yeah, you want your fucking gemstone? I guess I'll go get it.
Please. Also, bring me my GoPro.
He was the one who refused to get on the
Oh,
teleportation
bring your
device. Okay. I don't like. I don't like.
He kind of looks up at the sky. GoPro, come here. Of course, it will take GoPro physically time to moving in this direction.
Can I like, since I see him like, like I'm not trying to metagame here with, your rolls and stuff, but like seeing him twitching and stuff like that, can I like get a perception like to see like if he's like, is he like itching to fight us? Is he trying to hurry us along? Is he like, what is the?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Mhm.
And we'll set
Okie
that
dokie.
DC there. Okay. When he twitches, like every time that you've seen him, he is trying to modify and affect fate. He's failing, but like he's attempting to steer like the canon timeline.
Oh my god.
That's his
every
first
time,
mistake.
every time, you know what's funny? Every time you
he's trying
fail,
to stop Callie from taking over the world, and it's not working.
you see him shake. Then suddenly you just see Seamus just kind of just like twitch his hand a little bit.
Yeah, Seamus isn't allowing him to change the timeline. The timeline is gonna end with Callie taking over the world.
Yeah. Now, and honestly, like the reason that like Seamus isn't really getting like any is because Seamus deals with time, that affects everybody. This guy is basically pulling on these strings of fate, which is slightly different than like actual time manipulation. But like to everybody else, it's going to look exactly the same. So yeah, he's just sort of like twitching and like trying to like navigate fate and whatnot, and he's been failing it in the couple times that he's tried now.
Whether
Yeah,
that's
it's
for our or his benefit is the question.
Yeah. Whether it's for him or it's for you, unknown.
yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter because I'm taking over the world no matter what. So.
June just kind of like is not like well, I guess this would be more like stealth, I guess, if I really like doing this. But like June's kind of just like subtly signaling to the party like we need to get the F out of here. But June is like got like her eyes like laser focused on the giant 20-foot tall skeleton man that's like kind of gearing up possibly for a fight.
I mean, yeah. Actually, real quickly here. Let me show you guys like the location that you're in, and what this guy like looks like. We'll be coming back to this map, but let me just give you a little look-see-loo of what you're looking at here. Let's see here. I'm gonna move everybody over to this map. He is at the top. He is at the top of the map.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, no thank you. I ain't fighting that. I'm good.
This is like Dark Souls boss stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. He is covered in wrappings, although he is very clearly he's got, like the skeletal maul. He still does have a fleshy eyeball in his like gigantic fucking eye socket. But he's also covered in ornate like armor, which is loaded with like all kinds of like runes and shit like that. And he has a big bladed staff that is longer than he is tall, that he's holding on in one hand. So if he starts if he starts swinging that thing, he could slice through the entire party in a single go.
Yeah,
Would that just be basically like a tree or like a building?
Compared to you, yeah, that's what's going on. But like when, just so that you know, so there's clearly the sheer ass size that but with that weapon in hand, he's got an additional 10 feet of reach, and he is going to be doing a colossal amount, like Gloria and beyond levels of damage
Fuck ton?
with that sort of thing. Yeah, just a literal fuck ton. And then according, to Umber, on top of that, also lasers.
Yeah, let's not fight him.
So yeah, like it is literally multiple tons worth of giant undead magic man who is like ready to throw down if fucking need to be.
Sorry about the
Well,
background noise.
Are you good?
Callie then comments, he's like, well, can I go get the gemstone? Am I allowed?
You are allowed to make your own choices.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna give you the gemstone, and then I'm gonna go kill that guy and conquer the world. So yeah.
Good choice. Very good choice.
June's just kind of like gonna. I wouldn't say like she's rolling her eyes at Callie, but like she's like she's mildly concerned about the whole like Callie ruling the world thing, but like she's it's Callie, so she's kind of like not to discredit Callie, but like she's just kind of more like I don't see it, and she just kind of sarcastically jab at the 20-foot tall skeleton mummy again, testing your fate, and she's like, well, he was wrong about us getting here, so who knows if that's even what's gonna happen. And she says to the Cyclops thing, and it's like, what's my destiny then? Am I going to, or my fate then? Am I going to own my own kingdom too?
Yeah.
He just says no, you die
You-
horribly or something.
You are no. And like there's like a definite pause. Miss Julie, yours is a fate that is tied with the spirit of another, one who is very powerful and may be able to also affect the outcome of several coin flips. It will be interesting to see how things play out with that. I'm sure if this next inflection point goes in your favor, down the line, you will find yourself and like he reaches up and like scratches his chin like he's like trying to think. He's like, you may find yourself much like ancient Castor, a progenitor of another great dynasty. As an Imperial, I think you would find that pleasing, or perhaps comical, one way or the other.
June's gonna chew over that a bit. Definitely gives her pause, but she just kind of tries to like casually shrug it off and keep like that kind of poker face.
Mm-hmm. Which question, what is June's will DC?
Here it comes.
The laser.
Will DC, that's 10 plus the
laser.
wait, is it will saving throw or will DC?
Yeah, your will saving throw, whatever that number is, plus 10.
Okay, so what's in the circle plus 10?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be 23.
23. Okay. So then
Loud sweating.
we're going to do a public roll here. All right.
64.
And then we... And then I know that it's way beyond technical time period that you used Bon Mot, but I'm going to apply the Bon Mot to it.
Okay.
Okay. He gives June just like a very slight nod of just like, like, okay, like he sees you trying to play it cool and he's not going to call you on it, but like he sees you trying to play it cool.
He thinks to himself, nerd.
Nerd.
She hides it. Callie plays into it.
But if you guys are pop back through the portal, I need
Is Gopo doing it, or is it
Gopo can pull the activation trigger. So let me have Gopo.
I was gonna say Laria does want to ask the giant a question.
What do you want to do?
She wants to ask the giant.
She wants to ask the giant a question.
Okay. What question do you have for the giant oracle?
I'm assuming like this guy is ancient, like he's old.
He is. He is very old.
And since Laria hasn't been an oracle for very long, like after she like reincarnated, I would say she became like an oracle very recently. So like she would just ask him like advice
on just in general being an oracle.
Yeah. She completely understands the drawbacks and everything, which is why she decided to do it. But yeah.
The greatest benefit we have as oracles is the ability to see threads of fate, to know knowledge that others cannot know. The problem is that sometimes those beings, those things in the cosmos which give you this information, they don't exactly play fair. They also don't exactly experience things like we do, and therefore their views on it can be twisted or confusing. So my greatest suggestion to you would be to take the power that you gain being an oracle, the spells, the abilities that you have learned, harnessed, and use them to their maximum. Find your limits and then push beyond those limits, and you will become one of the great ones. Beyond that, young Leshy, the only thing I can tell you is try to stay alive for as long as you can. Or barring that, do what I did and just borrow eternity for yourself.
What is that?
He says this, and
Callie perks up. Borrow eternity, you say?
Yeah, as he says this, tingle of magic activation, and the portal reopens, and you guys whoop, back to the other side, where you've got like Tim, who has his like pistol out and is pointing his pistol directly at Gopo, who is like on the ground next to the circle, who has activated the the teleportation circle to bring you guys back. Tim like looks back and forth, does a quick head count. Okay, everybody's here. Pulls gun up away from Gopo, and then Gopo stands up, like looks directly at Callie, holds out his two like little mitt claws, and just does the like gimme gimme like motion.
No, not yet. You gotta pay us first. I ain't falling for that bullshit.
Gopo kind of hunches and like huffs, and then like does like a very like grumpy little like march over to the side of the obelisk.
Does everybody notice June?
No, yeah, she's not being. She's like not like full on like bent over like throwing up. Like she's just like
Woozy.
kind of not at the moment's like deflated. She's been like, like because we just exactly as she fucking predicted, we just fucking teleported into his fucking living room.
Right into his living room. He just didn't have a cup of coffee. But he could have. He could have had a cup of coffee. Hell, it could have been sitting right on the other side of that wall.
I mean, it was.
Seamus kind of straightens up his. Seamus pats him, and she just kind of not angry, just like sternly looks at him and says, "I was fucking right."
I mean, we were all kind of right.
For a moment there, I thought he was about to cleave us in two.
Oh, I was never planning on letting us die in there, Callie says. And then she, like, coyly sticks her tongue. Is like, it's fated. And then kind of chuckles at that comment. That lighthearted comment.
Seamus hits back with, like, yeah, don't worry. And if anything else, it wouldn't happen a second time. It was a bad pun.
Yeah, Callie's gonna use the door, go through it, and get the gemstone.
All right.
I do have to ask, is there anybody in the workshop?
In the workshop, there are a couple of kobolds who are, working on the other projects, as well as Cactus, who is there mostly doing super. He does like when you come like zipping in, Cactus does like speak up. And it's like, Manao came by, got rocks, said some pretty colorful language, and left. Your brother, he come back with Dogman, other super fluffy Dogman.
Super fluffy
Dogman. They make notes, and then they go look for Termite, ask him questions about something.
Alrighty. Seems everything.
Oh God.
Ugh.
Cactus just like crawled down my throat and loosened a shitload of mucus.
Well, everything seems to be in order then.
Yeah, keeping lid on things here. You doing fine on your end, whatever is doing?
Callie just like chuckles. Is like, oh yeah, we're just fine. I just had a giant, big laser eyes shooting, mummified Cyclops tell me that I'm destined to take over the world. So I'm never better.
I don't know what half of those words mean.
Well,
but if you're doing good, well then, good.
She's like, it's all good. Cactus, and she pats him on the head. Yeah, yeah, I'll probably be back, though. I need to get those potions from Manao whenever he's done with them. Uh, and then Callie grabs the gemstone, walks back through.
All right.
And then, is Bane still around? Or Bone, whatever his name is?
Yeah. Yeah, Bon is still like
Bon.
chillaxing.
She goes up to Bon and is like, yeah, I think you guys need to move. Yeah, we went in there and the guy like just basically admitted, basically confessed to it all. He was behind the well, not him directly, but he was involved. He didn't, like hire those guys to do it, but they hired him to do it, essentially. And he was responsible for all of the statues being activated.
Bon, who only like barely understands like basic common, is just like like he expresses like confusion at some of these details, but like nods along like okay, you seem to know what's going on. But when Callie does come back though, Gopo like has like been marching his way like over to the side of the over to the side of the obelisk, and when he gets over to the side of the obelisk, he starts to like gecko climb up the wall a little bit, and after he's gotten up like maybe 20 feet or so,
holy shit, you could do that.
yeah, he just geckos up the wall. Got a fucking but he like geckos up the wall like, and then you see him like ball up a fist and like he starts tapping on the stones with his hand. Well, I mean he's bopping them pretty hard, but like basically he's putting in like a keypad thing for a creature that is much and there is stone grinding noise, and a little quote unquote door basically opens up at the bottom of the obelisk, and he like slides back down to where you guys are, pulls out his Rolodex, flips through it rapidly, and then like taps on it and like taps on gold, and then he like points in the little door.
There's gold in them doors.
There's gold in them doors.
All right.
June's like gonna cautiously like peek ahead in, but like not like actually like go physically into the space.
It is a narrow fucking hallway that goes back by about 10 or 15 or so feet, and then it clearly opens up into a large space, which from the outside you can't tell how big it is, but it is obviously clear that it's a little hallway. June would have to like squat to shimmy her way through this. But on the inside of this larger space, even with June's relatively limited human vision, she can make out that there are raised sections, what looks like built-in shelving or maybe tables or whatever, that are very definitely covered in cloth, which is laying on top of some selection of like items. And the cloth is loaded up with various religious symbols and whatnot that are stitched into the fabric, just like the outside of this obelisk. So there's all of that. Plus, it smells like this hasn't been opened in a long time. It's very, very like musty.
Why does it smell musky in here?
It's not
Well,
musty.
I guess
It's
that's our
musty.
payment. Who's gonna go in first? June kind of says.
You know what? First things first. Detect magic.
Yeah, probably good idea.
Oh, there's a shitload of magic. There's a shitload of magic in there.
Oh god.
I do the this is the Wojaks point in shit. I'm like, there's a shitload of magic in there.
There's like a shitload of magic in there.
Callie's just gonna smile really evilly after he says that, and she's like, all right, and she kind of like lightly pushes June to the side so that she can go in first.
Alrighty. Well then, Callie, when you go inside, with your ability to see and look,
She opens the pouch and is like, Dr. Trovers, do you see anything?
fuck, shit, fuck. You know, like point, just like he's just
how
pointing,
said it like that.
like he's just pointing with his little tail. He's like, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck.
No, I'm just thinking of the fucking emoji biting his lower lip with a hat sideways.
But yeah, Dr. Tremors is not like a good source on like which of these things is good. But Dr. Tremors though does know. Dr. Tremors does instinctively know that Dr. Tremors could technically steal one of these things, and it would be worth quite a lot of money.
Yes, please.
But yeah, but there is in here, yeah, a little thief rat. But there is in here, Callie can quite easily see a shelf, essentially on a 20 by 20 by 20 square chamber. And there is a shelf that runs the entire length of each wall, except for the wall that you know are coming in through. And on that shelf, there are various shrouds which are laying across multiple items. You can quite clearly see the of multiple weapons, like swords, pieces of armor, shields, long curly sticks that look like they probably shoot fireballs or some shit. You know, so like all of the kind of like treasure that you would expect from like a treasure sort of haul. The only thing that isn't in here, despite, you know, Gopo tapping on the sign, is there's no like gold coins or any coinage whatsoever. It's just items.
That's fucking weird.
I mean, still, weapons could always sell for a good price.
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, especially if those are like a sword that shoots fire. Yeah, like, if it's a sword that shoots fire, it's.
Is there anything small enough for Dr. Tremors to swipe?
Yeah, there are a couple pieces of what look like jewelry that that Dr. Tremors, I'm gonna put respect on his name there, Dr. Tremors could very easily steal and just like, you know, run off to put back into his like little squirrel nest. But yeah,
I'll have him do that then.
All right. Dr. Tremors selects a random item off of the list. Let's see what he gets. Let's see here. Let me bring up the
steal something and then I'll have. Yeah, I'll have him steal something and then I'll have Callie choose. He just like swallows he finds a ring and he swallows it.
Leg gulp. All right, here. Let's see. Let me pull up my notes here. All right, so loot. All right. So in the loot, random thing. Okay. He pulls out a bracelet. He pulls out a gold fucking, which is, you know, like obviously a bracelet for like a, so like the rat wears it like a necklace. But he gets that, and like there's a gem in on one, and he immediately like starts gnawing on it. Mine. There is a matching one. There's two of them. So you got two of those. There is a straight up top hat, like a tall conical hat with a brim. There is
Callie says, well,
there is a stick that, well, it's not a stick, it's a staff. It is a like walking staff, but it is carved in such a way that like a bunch of animals like gripping onto each other that make up the body of it. There is a roughly 7-inch long tube that has a little movable bit on it that would like release the tube, and there is a hinge which would spread open, you know, like a fan. So it's a currently closed fan.
Callie's like looking at it and is like, why the hell would I need the fan right now? It's the middle of the fucking winter. It's fucking snowing outside.
It is fucking snowing. Although it's not actively snowing at the moment. But you got those particular items in there. Let's see what else we got. We've also got there is also an actual necklace that has a like blue, like it's clearly not like a gem, but like it's a blue colored stone that is set in it, and it's reflective enough that like you can see your reflection in it, but every one of the facets shows a different expression on Callie's face.
Oh.
It's like a mood ring or something.
It may be like a mood ring, but like one facet shows Callie, you know, neutral. Another one shows Callie with like a big grin. Another one shows Callie looking like sad. Another one like angry.
Crafter's appraisal of that.
Yeah, you can do a crafter's appraisal. And I can probably tell you what it is. Let me get the details.
Scratching her head, just like, man, I wish this guy told us what half these fucking things did instead of making us choose from a bunch of random items.
Just take the whole thing.
What?
Let's see here.
Empty out this whole fucking lot.
It's gotta go. It's like a yard sale, except everything's free. It's just like, I don't want to see this shit no more. It brings me nothing but pain. Get rid of it.
All right. Well, I can tell you this: the pendant there is inside of the gem, so like just slightly behind your own reflection. You can see some like fragment of like some like piece of cloth or paper or something like that that is embedded inside of it. You know, like an inset called an amber kind of like thing. And it is filled with magic. It is filled with specifically occult magic. Were you to, you know, invest yourself with this, it would give you access to a cantrip and access to a once per day 4th level spell.
Oh my god, that's fucking.
What 4th level spell though?
Yeah, that you'd have to find out by putting the damn thing on. Also, it
Well,
just gives you it gives you a flat item bonus to occultism checks.
that's pretty good.
But yeah, you get a cantrip, you get a bonus to, and
keep,
you get a 4th level spell.
I'm gonna keep looking at the other stuff, but that's definitely up there.
All right. Let's see. So that hat. There is a there's another one of those like sticks with a like clear quartz gem on the top. The kind that like you've seen this sort of. There's like a 9 out of 10 chance that thing just like shines really bright light and maybe shoots a laser.
Maybe shoots a laser.
Maybe shoots a laser. There is
it was a hat, right?
It's a staff, but there is also a hat. There is a top hat. There's two staffs.
All right, yeah.
Multiple animals. Then there's the one with the gem on top that probably shoots lasers.
Okay, probably.
There is a shield which Callie can tell quite easily is just made out of steel. It is a magical shield that has on it.
Has a what on it?
It's got a rune on it, although off the top of my head, I don't know what it does.
I'm sure we can get all the loot and stuff from this thing jotted down.
Yeah.
During the week.
Yeah, we can get this other stuff later on. The bonus that it gives not only applies to AC but also applies to saving. That's what the shield does. But yeah, it is also just after 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so this is also a good place to bring this to a close. I will put all of this stuff together, put it into the loot channel on the Discord. As always, thank you everybody for showing up. You got sheesh. You got 50.
All right, it's 300 even.
300 even, yay.
300 even. But yeah, I will put all of this stuff on the channel on Discord, so you guys can pick and choose what you want to do with it. But other than that, as always, thanks for showing up. Thanks for putting up with my shit. I'm sorry that like trying to voice Gak like caused all of the mucus in me to suddenly activate.
It's okay.
You say that, and yet I'm sick, and I've been coughing this entire fucking episode.
Yeah. You've been doing like in the back the whole time.
It's definitely that time of year.
Yeah, definitely. And I have so many fucking squeaky, growly voiced characters. You know what? I'll tell you what. I was not expecting to have to pull out for this. That was honestly a really good on y'all's side to be like, hey, let's just call the snake lady.
Yeah, I mean that kind of was the deal we made. Like if there was if we needed hey, can you tell us?
Yeah, that was very much the deal, and she's lived up to her side of the bargain.
Yeah, she's like, hey, whatever you do, don't run into this fucking dangerous cyclops that shoots lasers. And the first thing we did is run into the cyclops that shoots lasers.
But he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't shoot lasers yet. But I mean, yeah, you're gonna want to continue to avoid him if at all possible. But yeah, I wasn't expecting though for y'all to like pull the let's ask Humber. I wasn't expecting that, so I was caught a little bit off surprise. But like, hey, that really worked out. That worked out very well. So either way, very good. Things are progressing nicely. It is my to reiterate, as I told you guys last time. The Saturday, the 7th, the first Saturday in December, I'm going to be at my sister's place in Virginia, so I won't be able to run the game, obviously. Things should be otherwise normal. 30th, the next Saturday, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Saturdays this fucking. So
That's 5 paychecks. Let's go.
hell yeah. Also, my work schedule thing that has been like running me absolute ragged is supposed to come to an end with this next week. So hopefully I should be like, full of energy, and also thank Jesus that that's done when that pops up. So
Well, I'm happy
yeah.
that you won't be so worn down and
Ugh.
you can relax because you definitely deserve it. You do a lot, and we appreciate what you do. And
Well,
never
I'm very
Yeah. never apologize for taking care of yourself and going to see family and stuff like that.
Whew.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Tim couldn't be here. I really wish that they were, but I hope that they are doing well on their trip with their family, and I
Yeah.
hope Jamal is doing, or Jay is doing good at work as well. And yeah, this was a great session.
Yeah,
Also,
this
quick
this
question,
was
Fuzzy.
fun.
Are we falling behind on the item table again? Hence why we had this whole ordeal.
A little bit.
Okay, I figured as much because I'm like, oh, we got all this treasure. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, part of it is to get you guys sort of like caught up again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is a lich, or like a lich clops, whatever the fuck it is. But like, it
Yeah,
makes sense, like they have a treasure hoard. They
yeah.
can
This guy is hefty. He represents quite literally a whole new weight class of like critters that can be on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And what's kind of funny is the past couple of combats. I have been when going through the building process of these combats, I have been aiming a little on the low side as far as like the difficulty. So I've been aiming a little bit on the low side, but I want the end of this to be a fight. So
a fight. I like where this is going.
It's gonna be a fight, and you guys getting some new gear to play with in that fight just makes you better capable of handling it.
Hopefully,
we're coming for that list.
Oh yeah, we can't forget. I still gotta fucking fuse my scythe in the laser.
Getting your own laser staff.
I do have a laser staff. I gotta fuse it with the scythe.
Yeah, I will to remember and give myself time over like this coming week to make a couple of checks on everybody's sheets and everything. Because like one thing I wanted to have time was to set up on like Laria's sheet so that she would have a quick button to like just mash on for heal, as opposed to us trying to have to whether she's doing a single action or 2 actions or 3 actions or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was going to set that up for her so that she had a just a plug and play press and button for it. But also like I need to remember that Seamus has a laser staff and he needs to have like the stats in order to shoot lasers. So I will try to make sure that because I do want you guys running at full steam, at full power, going into this next combat, because it's got some teeth, and I am really like seeing how because like another thing to point out is the fact that you guys are currently at like 8th level. You are quote unquote beyond the like standard curve of like most adventures in both D&D and in Pathfinder. Most adventures, like published stuff, tends to run usually in like the levels 1 to 5 area. You get a few things that are in the 10. So you are well beyond the standard power level at this point. So it's time the things you guys are fighting against to up their game and bring some hit. And since this is the first arc of this, quote unquote new season of Halfling, I want to make sure that the boss who's standing at the end of this hits you guys like a truck. So
yeah,
that's what I want. I want them to fucking isekai. But yeah, other than that, like I said, as before, always thank you for showing up. Thank you for putting up with the crap. And I hope that you guys have a pleasant rest of your evening. I have to piss like a racehorse and get something to drink because my throat's a little scratchy. Alrighty. So, anyways, everyone, have a good night.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Smoochies.